Good evening. We are here now for a study session on May 19th, 2020, the School Board for Riverside Unified School District. And I would now like to call the meeting to order, and I'll begin by taking a roll call. Mr. Hunt? I don't hear from
Here, Mrs. Allaby, here.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lee?
Present.
Ms. Lock-Dawson?
Here.
Dr. Fruit?
Here.
And we will have our student board member signing in for the action part of the agenda. Good afternoon and welcome to the board meeting. If you would like to view this in Spanish, please follow the link listed below. The board will continue respecting orders from the Governor of California, the Health Officer of the County of Riverside, and guidelines of the Centers for Disease Control related to maintaining public health and safety at this time. Consistent with these orders and guidelines, this meeting will be held online only, and there will be no physical meeting location open to the public. The board encourages members of the public to join the meeting electronically, and to do that, in order to submit your public comments, please refer to the link at the bottom of the screen. Public comments will be accepted until the specific item of business to be transacted or discussed by the board is considered. I would like to introduce Assistant Superintendent Sergio San Martin to provide this message in Spanish.
Thank you, President Allaby. Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la reunión de la Junta de Educación del 19 de mayo del 2020. Si gustan ver esta reunión en español, sigan el enlace debajo en la descripción. La Junta respetará las recientes órdenes del Gobernador de California, el Oficial de Salud del Condado de Riverside y las órdenes del Centro de Control de Enfermedades. Esto es en relación con el mantenimiento de la salud y la seguridad pública. De acuerdo con estas órdenes y guías, esta reunión se llevará a cabo solo transmisiones en línea y no habrá un lugar físico de reunión abierto al público. Les recomendamos a los miembros del público que se unan a la reunión electrónicamente. Para presentar sus comentarios públicos, siga el enlace en la parte de abajo de la pantalla. Se aceptarán los comentarios públicos durante la junta. Y muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Ms. Reno Frosto, have there been any comments that have been submitted for public on closed session items?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Allaby. No, there are none for this afternoon.
Thank you. So we will currently leave our Zoom meeting and enter our meeting for our closed session, and we will return for open session at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
Today, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about my journey into science. Imagine a scientist. What does a scientist look like to you? A lab coat, yes. Glassware, mixing chemicals in a lab, yes. And the big glasses, sometimes sort of falling or taped. But how many of you guys maybe thought of something different? Like a field biologist like Jane Goodall? Or the two astronauts who just did the first ever female spacewalk, Christina Cook and Jessica Meir. But how many of you guys actually pictured yourselves? Not everyone usually does, and this is something that educators often are trying to sort out, is why don't we picture ourselves in this role? Why don't we ever see ourselves as a scientist? When you ask a male or a female your interest in STEM after graduation, half of the guys are gonna say, yeah, STEM is something I'm really interested in, but a fraction of women are actually joining in that same interest. And this sort of then trickles down into the actual workforce. When I actually graduated high school, I was one of those statistics. I did not identify as a scientist. I had no interest in science. I just didn't know what to do with the science degree.
Inspire Her Mind is a conference that gets girls thinking about actually careers in science. They get to see some of the cool applications of science. They get to see women working in these areas.
We know there's not as many women in the STEM workforce as there are men, so we're really trying to be proactive and be able to get girls involved and really show them that this is an opportunity for them.
I did not expect this.
I'm gonna be honest, I first came here because I wanted to get extra credit, and then it turned out to be more than that.
I wasn't really expecting all of these like different interactive activities that we got to do.
The one where you have to like inspect the cells of the plants and everything.
We saw like stomata and how it's on the back of the leaf, and we just learned more of like what we're learning in biology, so it's cool to see it just like not in the classroom.
We learned from like people who were specialized in their field, so they were like really passionate about it, and then so we got to learn just like straight from them, and it was really fun.
I don't really like science that much, but my friend convinced me, and it's nothing like what I expected. It's way funner. It's like a broad spectrum of different things that you can do. In one of the activities, we kind of learned about how different types of lines can make dresses appear differently. We had to draw like lines on the dresses to make appearances either look longer or shorter or thinner or thicker.
When I went to college, you have to take classes that are beyond your major, right? And so I took one that was global environmental problems. And in that class, I was just blown away, and I realized this is where I want to make a difference. I now have a lab that gets to look at these environmental issues, and I absolutely love my job. It took a long time to figure out that this is what I wanted, but I am so happy where I'm at.
I really liked it because it was more focused on us, because we were able to individually analyze what we wanted, not what anybody else wanted us to learn.
We took a personality quiz, and that quiz was honestly like my favorite part.
We were able to find out like the specific topics that we were interested in.
Mine was advisor because I want to be in the medical field. I want to be an RN.
I got a maker, and I thought that was really cool because ever since I was little, I would always love working with my hands, and I still do.
This is a really great opportunity for girls to get that hands-on experience and to open their eyes.
I decided to come on a whim.
I thought we were just going to get like hour-long lectures and everything, but instead we got to have like these fun experiences.
I expected to see men in lab coats.
I also expected people to just tell about their jobs and then how we could help our city, but instead I learned about how those small careers add up to help the whole world.
We're really focusing on getting girls excited and engaged in STEM fields and potential STEM careers.
My expectations when we came here was that we would go into a lecture hall, they would lecture us, and then we would leave. I didn't expect it to be as hands-on and as innovative and interactive as it was, and I think that that's the reason why I enjoyed it as much as I did.
It's part of their everyday lives, and helping them understand that and appreciate that is also part of this endeavor.
My favorite thing was seeing the batteries and the wire thing move around.
Oh, I saw that amazing little robot. Did you guys?
Yeah.
The way they were coded had them follow a pathway, and in that pathway were certain color codes, and those color codes would dictate what the robot did. It was so little and it was so cute, and the fact that I could literally just drop like a bunch of colors and it would make the robot do different things, it was really, really like impressive, and I really liked that.
I'm a wildlife biologist by training. I get to work with animals, habitats, and the environment.
We learned about the California condor,
And we found causes of death among condors and why they almost went extinct.
and how due to like conservation by people that are in the STEM field, they were able to multiply, and now they're growing species again.
The program provides an opportunity for our students, young ladies, to look into STEM as a possibility and also leadership. There is definitely a gap out in the workforce. So what are we doing? We're bringing our girls in and we're helping build the confidence around those two specific areas.
I'm actually really looking forward to coming back and seeing what other activities that they have for us.
I heard them say that leadership was going to be the focus of the second conference. I'm definitely really interested in that, and I think it's really important for women to realize that leadership is an important skill to have, and it's definitely something that's really related to STEM, because STEM is leading the field in so many industries nowadays.
I'm also looking forward to coming back and learning more about the small careers that can build up to help everybody around.
I think it's really important to expose them to the vast array of careers and how a scientific background can help you succeed at anything you choose to do.
My mission
for our students is to provide them with a nutritious meal, authentic foods that they will enjoy all year long.
I'm hoping all the effort that we put into our meals are enjoyed by the students.
Can I get the orange chicken?
Chicken sandwich.
Teriyaki rice.
Chicken chow mein.
Can I get some nachos? Nachos. I'm gonna get everything on them.
Cheeseburger, chicken sandwich, spicy chicken sandwich, pizza.
Bean and cheese burrito. I had tacos today with bean.
We get fresh produce delivered twice a week that we use on our salads and our tacos. We have a vegetarian wrap with no meat.
We serve tortas and burritos, chicken chili verde. We have our barbecue served every day with hamburgers, hot dogs, and crispy chicken sandwiches. You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org. The 30-day grace period ends September 23rd, 2019, so apply as soon as possible.
Welcome to University Heights Middle School. I'm Katie Grimbaugh, I'm the principal here at Uni. Today I'm going to share 5 things I love about our school. First is the variety of clubs and activities that we have. While we have traditional sports like soccer, volleyball, basketball, we also have a variety of things that are unique to us. Things like Sisters STEM Interest Program, Club 3.0, Girl Talk, Mariachi, Ballet Folklorico, Robotics, Makerspace, 3D printing, woodshop, and coding as well. The next thing I love about our school is that we're a personalized learning school. What that means is that each student has a learner profile where they identify their strengths and the ways that they learn best as a student. The teachers then use this to help them develop personalized learning plans, which are used to tailor instruction and activities to the needs of each student as an individual. Next step is our family resource room. We have a dedicated space for parent trainings, activities, to come in and utilize computers, printers, or just assistance for parents needing to apply for programs or access community resources. One of the things unique to our family resource room is that we have a food pantry and community closet available for families in need as well. Another thing I love about Uni is our Avid School-Wide program. We have a school-wide focus on college and career readiness, including high academic expectations in all core classes. Students are reading and writing no matter the subject area. And finally, we have a comprehensive social emotional learning program, including restorative practices along with social skills instruction in all classes to make sure that our students are successful not only academically, but also socially. School culture is really important to me. So if the teachers are happy, the students are happy. If the students are happy, they have positive relationships with people on campus, then they're more likely to learn and put forth the effort that we need for them to be successful academically. At University Heights, we believe that all decisions should put students first. We prioritize culture and community in all of our decision making. What that means to us is that anytime we are making decisions, deciding between 2 options, prioritizing programs, spending money, those are the things that we use to decide what we're going to do. So as a staff, we come together and say which one of these furthers our core values, and that's how we decide what we're going to do next. The goal of our school is to provide each student with challenging and rigorous curriculum appropriate to their academic level. We believe every child can achieve academic success. With parents and teachers working together toward the same goal, every child will succeed. Through teamwork, open communication, and a dedication to continuous improvement, we can make this school a place where students delight and enjoy learning.
As we enter into the first few weeks of school, we are encouraging all households to apply and reapply for the meal program.
I think the food here is an upgrade.
Teriyaki chicken, chow mein, rice, it's always good food.
It's good.
It's actually real food. They cook it fresh.
We come in every morning and we bake our cookies fresh.
It's always really good.
Food here is a huge step up.
I think it's good.
It's pretty good.
My favorite thing to eat is a cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger.
I had a burger, it was really good.
I got pizza.
Our pizzas are baked in the oven. We have pepperoni and cheese. We get fresh produce delivered twice a week. Strawberries, peaches, apples, oranges, plums, pears.
My favorite lunch is the daily specials where they have the chicken tenders.
I like the lasagna.
You just got a lot of things here.
You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org. Remember, the 30-day grace period ends September 23rd, 2019, so apply as soon as possible.
We have very special things to be distributed to all of our students today. In your 6th period, we will be distributing LA Clippers backpacks, courtesy of Kawhi Leonard and the LA Clippers. There are backpacks for every student. Happy holidays from the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard.
Martin Luther King High School is very, very appreciative of the Clippers organization and for Kawhi Leonard himself for providing the backpacks for all of our students, not only here at campus, but also throughout the district, considering the fact that he did play for us for a couple of years. And it's a great gesture and very much shows his quality of character and commitment to our area.
Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers have donated and given us a backpack for every single student in the whole district. 41,000. I'm going to give you a backpack right
now. We would really like to thank Mr. Leonard. He's done an incredibly generous thing and helped the holidays of all of our RUSD students by giving them backpacks. It's an incredibly kind and thoughtful gesture on his part, and we are so grateful.
For just, bringing up your community that you grew up in, handing everybody out the backpack, because, some people really can't afford to get backpacks and such. I know that from experience, and having a free backpack definitely means a lot. Thank you.
We just wanted to say thank you so much to Kawhi. These backpacks are awesome. We love them.
Hey man, thanks for the free backpacks.
Thank you, Kawhi.
Thank you, Kawhi.
I'm glad you went to our school. It makes me really happy to know you walk the same hallways.
Thank you, Kawhi. Bro, you got the new heat, bro.
We love you, Kawhi.
I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Los Angeles Clippers Foundation and two-time NBA World Champion Kawhi Leonard. We are especially proud of Mr. Kawhi Leonard for being a graduate of King High School at Riverside Unified School District. He is an inspiration to students throughout the world, and we know that his contributions and his character of what he does to help communities off the court is what makes him truly an inspiration for all of us. So thank you again, Kawhi Leonard and the Los Angeles Clippers Foundation.
Approach the cutoff for the 30-day grace period, we are encouraging all households to apply and reapply for the meal program. Riverside Unified partners with over 20 local farmers. They deliver fresh produce to our central kitchen.
Here at the central kitchen, we get a nice variety of produce that we get in. We have multiple farmers that we use within Riverside. We use not just oranges, but whatever fruits or produce that is available during season. So we also get lettuce, grapes, fresh strawberries from farmers that are local, melons, peaches, nectarines.
I work for our RUSD as the Food Hub Coordinator. I work with local farmers and helping them decide what to grow for the district and what varieties of produce and when we need it.
We introduced the Farm to School program in 2005 to try to teach our students lifelong healthy eating habits.
It is easy and quick to apply online by visiting riversideunified.org and apply online through the meal program application.
My name is Matt Cash, and I have the privilege of serving our community as the principal at Fremont Elementary School. Here are 5 things that I absolutely love about Fremont. The first thing I love is our dual language immersion program, or DLI for short. All of Fremont's DLI teachers have a bilingual credential. In our DLI classrooms, students are taught in both English and in Spanish. And by the end of their 6th grade year, our students have the opportunity to grow into students that are biliterate, bilingual, and bicultural. Next, Fremont is a no excuses university school, or NEU for short. That means that we adhere to the belief that every single child deserves the opportunity to be educated in a way that prepares them for college and career. Fremont is also an avid elementary school. That means that our teachers and staff are trained in the most up-to-date techniques to keep our students engaged in content and in the classroom. NEU and AVID go hand in hand. NEU provides us the systems we need to prepare our kids for college and career, and AVID provides us the strategies, real-time, on the ground, that we use inside the classroom to accomplish that. If you ever have the opportunity to walk around Fremont Elementary School, you will see a college presence here on campus. We have banners, pennants, and flags from a variety of colleges around the country hanging in our hallways and in our library. That means that from day one of a student attending our school, we instill the belief that if they want to, they can go to college and pursue the career that they were made for. Fremont Elementary has an amazing show choir. Our show choir is so dynamic that they've been invited to perform at places like the Festival of Lights, at City Hall for the mayor and city council, and even here in our community for local holiday shows. If you ever have a chance to catch one of their shows, you should. Here at Fremont, we are all about partnerships. That includes partnerships with local universities like UCR, the University of California, Riverside. They have a program for volunteers called AmeriCorps, where they come onto campus and college students tutor our elementary students in math, language arts, and other subject areas. Each of these college students work with individuals each day to ensure that our students not only know that they can do their best, but they're also given a mentor that they can aspire to be. Lastly, we pride ourselves on meaningful interventions. That means that data management is a high priority. We know who our kids are, we know their strengths and their challenges, and we design instruction that meets those needs and takes them from where they are to where they need to be in order to be successful. One of our core values is student engagement. We create opportunities for our students to meet their current needs and challenge them to become their best. Fremont Elementary School is unique. Opened in 1917, Fremont is one of the most storied elementary schools here in our city. Our school has been in the La Placida community for more than 100 years. That means we serve generation after generation of learners who have come through our doors. Fremont provides art classes, community service projects, band, show choir, social and emotional services, parent training, community activities, after-school enrichment, and so much more. We're excited for the programs we bring to the La Placida community, and we're happy to serve our families. So with that, we say, welcome to Fremont.
¿Qué quieres hacer cuando estés grande?
I want to be a veterinarian when I grow up.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Yo quiero ser un científico. When I grow up, I want to be a teacher.
If you're interested in your child being bilingual, the Dual Language Immersion Program gives the students the opportunity to learn in 2 languages. El programa Inmersión del Lenguaje Dual le da a los estudiantes la gran oportunidad de aprender 2 idiomas, en español y en inglés, para que puedan ser bilingües y puedan terminar ser estudiantes que puedan leer y escribir en los 2 idiomas también.
My children's first language is English. They actually learned Spanish in the DLI program, and then I just supported everything at home once they were involved in the program.
And Mommy was in Spanish class. Did you help Mommy?
Sí, pues mi mamá preguntó que ellos están en español clase y ella necesita ayudar con un examen. Y os ayudó y ella se ganó 100%.
They have the same curriculum as the other students do. In the primary grades, it's heavy in the Spanish, and they get English language development in English. In the upper grades, they have a 50-50 model, half of the day in Spanish and the other half in English.
What do you like to learn in school?
Me gusta aprender matemáticas.
¿Qué te gusta aprender en la escuela?
My favorite subject of school is writing because I can learn things that are bilingual.
Los padres pueden solicitar una aplicación para el programa de inmersión del lenguaje dual tan pronto como en jardín de niños o hasta primer grado.
At Fremont Elementary School, our DLI program is expanding. It's currently in kindergarten, first, and second grade, and next year it will move on to third.
Longfellow is proud to offer dual language immersion. We're also a STEM school. We emphasize hands-on STEM activities for a portion of the day. We begin in kindergarten, which means that our students can apply the year before, which would be a preschool or transitional kindergarten age, to enter our school to begin in kindergarten.
Jefferson Elementary School offers a dual language immersion program, kindergarten through 5th grade, and next year we will add 6th grade. They participate in all regular school activities, field trips, special events, assemblies, just like everyone else.
Spanish is interwoven into everything that we do here at Mountain View. Our assemblies are in both languages. Our morning announcements are in both languages. Our students are speaking in both languages.
¿Cuántos años tienen? I am 7 years old.
¿Cuántos años tienes?
Yo tengo 7 años. How old are you?
I'm 7 years old.
And where do you use what you've learned?
Mi mamá preguntó dónde ellos están hablando español. Están ayudando a mi abuela y mi abuelo habló en español.
¿Qué te gusta aprender en la escuela?
I like learn English because I like science.
Solicite la aplicación en riversideunified.org.
¿Usted le quiere decir algo a sus maestros?
I would like to say that thanks for teaching me how to be bilingual.
Would you like to thank your teacher?
Sí. Gracias por enseñarme. Gracias por enseñarme español.
¿Qué quieres decir a tu maestra?
I want to say, Mr. Rana, Miss Sierra, thank you to teaching me in English and Spanish.
Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
La pregunta era si hay alguien que quieres decir gracias. Yo quiero decir gracias a todas mis maestras de DLI. Yo quiero decir gracias a mis papás por ponerme en el programa de DLI.
Is there anything you want to tell your teacher?
Gracias por enseñarme. Gracias por enseñarme español.
¿Qué quieres decirle a tu maestra?
I would like to say to my teacher that thank you for teaching me in 3rd grade. Yo quiero decir a mi maestra, gracias por haciendo español yo. And I want to say thank you to my mom for taking me to a Spanish class, like learn more Spanish. Yo quiero decir gracias a mi mamá porque traje a ellas español clase y ayudar, que yo se pueda ayudar a ella. Yay!
Good job, baby girl.
Now take me to the class.
At the central kitchen, we get a nice variety of produce that we get in from like fruits and vegetables. We have some oranges behind us that we are wedging. We use not just oranges, but whatever fruits or produce that is available during season. Some people ask when we package the food. So our fresh fruits and vegetables are packaged on the same day, every day. They're never done multiple days in the past, but they're done the day of. Our sandwiches are also done on the same day as well. So when we are doing the sandwiches on the after school program, we make those sandwiches fresh day of.
I'm at one of our local farms. We purchase citrus, lettuce, tomatoes, pepper, avocado, pears, apples, cucumbers, and many, many more. In addition to purchasing from our farmers, we brought some activities for the kids to connect the cafeteria with our farms. We have gardening activities, classes in planting to encourage our students to eat nutritious meals.
Today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about my journey into science. Imagine a scientist. What does a scientist look like to you? A lab coat, yes. Glassware, mixing chemicals in a lab, yes. And the big glasses, sometimes sort of falling or taped. But how many of you guys maybe thought of something different? Like a field biologist like Jane Goodall, or the two astronauts who just did the first ever female spacewalk, Christina Koch and Jessica Meir. But how many of you guys actually pictured yourselves? Not everyone usually does, and this is something that educators often are trying to sort out, is why don't we picture ourselves in this role? Why don't we ever see ourselves as a scientist? When you ask a male or a female your interest in STEM after graduation, half of the guys are gonna say, yeah, STEM is something I'm really interested in, but a fraction of women are actually joining in that same interest. And this sort of then trickles down into the actual workforce. When I actually graduated high school, I was one of those statistics. I did not identify as a scientist. I had no interest in science. I just didn't know what to do with a science degree.
Inspire Her Mind is a conference that gets girls thinking about actually careers in science. They get to see some of the cool applications of science. They get to see women working in these areas.
We know there's not as many women in the STEM workforce as there are men, so we're really trying to be proactive and be able to get girls involved and really show them that this is an opportunity for them.
I did not expect this. I'm gonna be honest, I first came here because I wanted to get extra credit, and then it turned out to be more than that. I wasn't really expecting all of these different interactive activities that we got to do.
The one where you have to inspect the cells of the plants and everything. We saw stomata and how it's on the back of the leaf, and we just learned more of what we're learning in biology, so it's cool to see it just not in the classroom.
We learned from people who were specialized in their field, so they were really passionate about it, and then so we got to learn just straight from them, and it was really fun.
I don't really like science that much, but my friend convinced me, and it's nothing like what I expected. It's way funner. It's a broad spectrum of different things that you can do. In one of the activities, we kind of learned about how different types of lines can make dresses appear differently. We had to draw lines on the dresses to make appearances either look longer or shorter or thinner or thicker.
When I went to college, you have to take classes that are beyond your major, right? And so I took one that was global environmental problems. And in that class, I was just blown away, and I realized this is where I want to make a difference. I now have a lab that gets to look at these environmental issues, and I absolutely love my job. It took a long time to figure out that this is what I wanted, but I am so happy where I'm at.
I really liked it because it was more focused on us, because we were able to individually analyze what we wanted, not what anybody else wanted us to learn.
We took a personality quiz, and that quiz was honestly my favorite part.
We were able to find out the specific topics that we were interested in.
Mine was advisor, because I want to be in the medical field. I want to be an RN. I got a maker, and I thought that was really cool because ever since I was little, I would always love working with my hands, and I still do.
This is a really great opportunity for girls to get that hands-on experience and to open their eyes.
I decided to come on a whim.
I thought we were just gonna get hour-long lectures and everything, but instead we got to have these fun experiences.
I expected to see men in lab coats.
I also expected people to just tell about their jobs and then how we could help our city, but instead I learned about how those small careers add up to help the whole world.
We're really focusing on getting girls excited and engaged in STEM fields and potential STEM careers.
My expectations when we came here was that we would go into a lecture hall, they would lecture us, and then we would leave. I didn't expect it to be as hands-on and as innovative and interactive as it was, and I think that that's the reason why I enjoyed it as much as I did.
It's part of their everyday lives, and helping them understand that and appreciate that is also part of this endeavor.
My favorite thing was seeing the batteries and the wire thing move around.
Oh, I saw that amazing little robot. Did you guys? Yeah.
The way they were coded had them follow a pathway, and in that pathway were certain color codes, and those color codes would dictate what the robot did. It was so little and it was so cute, and the fact that I could literally just drop a bunch of colors and it would make the robot do different things. It was really, really impressive, and I really like that.
I'm a wildlife biologist by training. I get to work with animals, habitats in the environment, environment.
We learned about the California condor,
and we found causes of death among condors and why they almost went extinct.
And how due to conservation by people that are in the STEM field, they were able to multiply and now they're growing species again.
The program provides an opportunity for our students, young ladies, to look into STEM as a possibility and also leadership. There is definitely a gap out in the workforce, so what are we doing? We're bringing our girls in and we're helping build the confidence around those two specific areas.
I'm actually really looking forward to coming back and seeing what other activities that they have for us.
I heard them say that leadership was going to be the focus of the second conference. I'm definitely really interested in that, and I think it's really important for women to realize that leadership is an important skill to have, and it's definitely something that's really related to STEM because STEM is leading the field in so many industries nowadays.
I'm also looking forward to coming back and learning more about the small careers that can build up to help everybody around.
I think it's really important to expose them to the vast array of careers and how a scientific background can help you succeed at anything you choose to do.
My mission for our students is to provide them with a nutritious meal, authentic foods that they will enjoy all year long.
I'm hoping all the effort that we put into our meals are enjoyed by the students.
Can I get the orange chicken?
Chicken sandwich,
teriyaki rice,
chicken chow mein.
Can I get some nachos?
Nachos. I'm gonna get everything on them.
Cheeseburger, chicken sandwich, spicy chicken sandwich, pizza.
Bean and cheese burrito. I had tacos today with bean.
We get fresh produce delivered twice a week that we use on our salads and our tacos. We have a vegetarian wrap with no meat.
We serve tortas and burritos, chicken chili verde. We have our barbecue served every day with hamburgers, hot dogs, and crispy chicken sandwiches. You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org. The 30-day grace period ends September 23rd, 2019, so apply as soon as possible.
Welcome to University Heights Middle School. I'm Katie Grimbaugh, I'm the principal here at Uni. Today I'm going to share 5 things I love about our school. First is the variety of clubs and activities that we have. While we have traditional sports like soccer, volleyball, basketball, we also have a variety of things that are unique to us. Things like Sisters STEM Interest Program, Club 3.0, Girl Talk, Mariachi, Ballet Folklorico, Robotics, Makerspace, 3D printing, woodshop, and coding as well. The next thing I love about our school is that we're a personalized learning school. What that means is that each student has a learner profile where they identify their strengths and the ways that they learn best as a student. The teachers then use this to help them develop personalized learning plans, which are used to tailor instruction and activities to the needs of each student as an individual. Next step is our family resource room. We have a dedicated space for parent trainings, activities, to come in and utilize computers, printers, or just assistance for parents needing to apply for programs or access community resources. One of the things unique to our family resource room is that we have a food pantry and community closet available for families in need as well. Another thing I love about Uni is our Avid School-Wide program. We have a school-wide focus on college and career readiness, including high academic expectations in all core classes. Students are reading and writing no matter the subject area. And finally, we have a comprehensive social-emotional learning program, including restorative practices along with social skills instruction in all classes to make sure that our students are successful not only academically, but also socially. School culture is really important to me. So if the teachers are happy, the students are happy. If the students are happy, they have positive relationships with people on campus, then they're more likely to learn and put forth the effort that we need for them to be successful academically. At University Heights, we believe that all decisions should put students first. We prioritize culture and community in all of our decision making. What that means to us is that anytime we are making decisions, deciding between 2 options, prioritizing programs, spending money, those are the things that we use to decide what we're going to do. So as a staff, we come together and say which one of these furthers our core values, and that's how we decide what we're going to do next. The goal of our school is to provide each student with challenging and rigorous curriculum appropriate to their academic level. We believe every child can achieve academic success. With parents and teachers working together toward the same goal, every child will succeed. Through teamwork, open communication, and a dedication to continuous improvement, we can make this school a place where students delight and enjoy learning.
As we enter into the first few weeks of school, we are encouraging all households to apply and reapply for the meal program.
I think the food here is an upgrade.
Teriyaki chicken, chow mein, rice, and it's always good food.
It's good. It's actually real food. They cook it fresh.
We come in every morning and we bake our cookies fresh.
It's always really good.
Food here is a huge step up.
I think it's good.
It's pretty good.
My favorite thing to eat is a cheeseburger. Cheeseburger.
I had a burger, it was really good.
I got pizza.
Our pizzas are baked in the oven. We have pepperoni and cheese. We get fresh produce delivered twice a week. Strawberries, peaches, apples, oranges, plums, pears.
My favorite lunch is the daily specials where they have the chicken tenders.
I like the lasagna.
You just got a lot of things here.
You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org. Remember, the 30-day grace period ends September 23rd, 2019, so apply as soon as possible.
We have very special things to be distributed to all of our students today. In your sixth period, we will be distributing LA Clippers backpacks, courtesy of Kawhi Leonard and the LA Clippers. There are backpacks for every student. Happy holidays from the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard.
Martin Luther King High School is very, very appreciative of the Clippers organization and for Kawhi Leonard himself for providing the backpacks for all of our students, not only here at campus, but also throughout the district, considering the fact that he did play for us for a couple of years. And it's a great gesture and it very much shows his quality of character and commitment to our area.
Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers have donated and given us a backpack for every single student in the whole district. 41,000. I'm going to give you a backpack right now.
We would really like to thank Mr. Leonard. He's done an incredibly generous thing and helped the holidays of all of our RUSD students by giving them backpacks. It's an incredibly kind and thoughtful gesture on his part, and we are so grateful.
For just, bringing up your community that you grew up in, handing everybody out the backpack, because, some people really can't afford to get backpacks and such. I know that from experience, and having a free backpack definitely means a lot. Thank you.
We just wanted to say thank you so much to Kawhi. These backpacks are awesome. We love them.
Hey man, thanks for the free backpacks.
Thank you, Kawhi.
Thank you, Kawhi.
I'm glad you went to our school. It makes me really happy to know you walk the same hallways.
Thank you, Kawhi. Bro, you got the new heat, bro.
We love you, Kawhi.
I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Los Angeles Clippers Foundation and two-time NBA World Champion Kawhi Leonard. We are especially proud of Mr. Kawhi Leonard for being a graduate of King High School at Riverside Unified School District. He is an inspiration to students throughout the world, and we know that his contributions and his character of what he does to help communities off the court is what makes him truly an inspiration for all of us. So thank you again, Kawhi Leonard and the Los Angeles Clippers Foundation.
As we approach the cutoff for the 30-day grace period, we are encouraging all households to apply and reapply for the meal program. Riverside Unified partners with over 20 local farmers. They deliver fresh produce to our central kitchen.
Here at the Central Kitchen, we get a nice variety of produce that we get in. We have multiple farmers that we use within Riverside. We use not just oranges, but whatever fruits or produce that is available during season. So we also get lettuce, grapes, fresh strawberries from farmers that are local, melons, peaches, nectarines.
I work for RUSD as the food hub coordinator. I work with local farmers and helping them decide what to grow for the district and what varieties of produce and when we need it.
We introduced the Farm to School program in 2005 to try to teach our students lifelong healthy eating habits.
It is easy and quick to apply online by visiting riversideunified.org and apply online through the meal program application.
My name is Matt Cash, and I have the privilege of serving our community as the principal at Fremont Elementary School. Here are 5 things that I absolutely love about Fremont. The first thing I love is our dual language immersion program, or DLI for short. All of Fremont's DLI teachers have a bilingual credential. In our DLI classrooms, students are taught in both English and in Spanish. And by the end of their 6th grade year, our students have the opportunity to grow into students that are biliterate, bilingual, and bicultural. Next, Fremont is a no excuses university school, or NEU for short. That means that we adhere to the belief that every single child deserves the opportunity to be educated in a way that prepares them for college and career. Fremont is also an AVID elementary school. That means that our teachers and staff are trained in the most up-to-date techniques to keep our students engaged in content and in the classroom. NEU and AVID go hand in hand. NEU provides us the systems we need to prepare our kids for college and career, and AVID provides us the strategies, real-time, on the ground, that we use inside the classroom to accomplish that. If you ever have the opportunity to walk around Fremont Elementary School, you will see a college presence here on campus. We have banners, pennants, and flags from a variety of colleges around the country hanging in our hallways and in our library. That means that from day one of a student attending our school, we instill the belief that if they want to, they can go to college and pursue the career that they were made for. Fremont Elementary has an amazing show choir. Our show choir is so dynamic that they've been invited to perform at places like the Festival of Lights, at City Hall for the mayor and city council, and even here in our community for local holiday shows. If you ever have a chance to catch one of their shows, you should. Here at Fremont, we are all about partnerships. That includes partnerships with local universities like UCR, the University of California, Riverside. They have a program for volunteers called AmeriCorps, where they come onto campus and college students tutor our elementary students in math, language arts, and other subject areas. Each of these college students work with individuals each day to ensure that our students not only know that they can do their best, but they're also given a mentor that they can aspire to be. Lastly, we pride ourselves on meaningful interventions. That means that data management is a high priority. We know who our kids are, we know their strengths and their challenges, and we design instruction that meets those needs and takes them from where they are to where they need to be in order to be successful. One of our core values is student engagement. We create opportunities for our students to meet their current needs and challenge them to become their best. Fremont Elementary School is unique. Opened in 1917, Fremont is one of the most storied elementary schools here in our city. Our school has been in the La Placida community for more than 100 years. That means we serve generation after generation of learners who have come through our doors. Fremont provides art classes, community service projects, band, show choir, social and emotional services, parent training, community activities, after-school enrichment, and so much more. We're excited for the programs we bring to the La Placida community, and we're happy to serve our families. So with that, we say, welcome to Fremont.
¿Qué quieres hacer cuando estés grande? I want to be a veterinarian when I grow up.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Yo quiero ser un científico.
What trade?
When I grow up, I want to be a teacher.
If you're interested in your child being bilingual, the Dual Language Immersion Program gives the students the opportunity to learn in 2 languages. El programa de inmersión del lenguaje dual le da a los estudiantes la gran oportunidad de aprender 2 idiomas, en español y en inglés, para que puedan ser bilingües y puedan terminar ser estudiantes que puedan leer y escribir en los 2 idiomas también.
My children's first language is English. They actually learned Spanish in the DLI program, and then I just supported everything at home once they were involved in the program.
And Mommy was in Spanish class. Did you help Mommy?
Sí, pues mi mamá preguntó que ellos están en español clase y ella necesita ayudar con un examen. Yo ayudó y ella se ganó 100%.
They have the same curriculum as the other students do. In the primary grades, it's heavy in the Spanish, and they get English language development in English. In the upper grades, they have a 50-50 model, half of the day in Spanish and the other half in English.
What do you like to learn in school?
Me gusta aprender matemáticas.
¿Qué te gusta aprender en la escuela?
My favorite subject of school is writing because I can learn things that are bilingual.
Los padres pueden solicitar una aplicación para el programa de inmersión del lenguaje dual tan pronto como en jardín de niños o hasta primer grado.
At Fremont Elementary School, our DLI program is expanding. It's currently in kindergarten, 1st, and 2nd grade, and next year it will move on to 3rd.
Longfellow is proud to offer dual language immersion. We're also a STEM school. We emphasize hands-on STEM activities for a portion of the day. We begin in kindergarten, which means that our students can apply the year before, which would be a preschool or transitional kindergarten age, to enter our school to begin in kindergarten.
Jefferson Elementary School offers a dual language immersion program, kindergarten through 5th grade, and next year we will add 6th grade. They participate in all regular school activities, field trips, special events, assemblies, just like everyone else.
Spanish is interwoven into everything that we do here at Mountain View. Our assemblies are in both languages. Our morning announcements are in both languages. Our students are speaking in both languages.
¿Cuántos años tienen? I am 7 years old. ¿Cuántos años tienes? Yo tengo 7 años. How old are you? I'm 7 years old.
And where do you use what you've learned?
Mi mamá preguntó dónde ellos están hablando español. Están ayudando a mi abuela y mi abuelo habló en español.
¿Qué te gusta aprender en la escuela?
I like learn English because I like science.
Solicite la aplicación en riversideunified.org.
¿Usted le quiere decir algo a sus maestros?
I would like to say that thanks for teaching me how to be bilingual.
Would you like to thank your teacher?
Sí. Gracias por enseñarme. Gracias por enseñarme español.
¿Qué quieres decir a tu maestra?
I want to say, Mr. Rene, Miss Sierra, thank you to teaching me in English and Spanish.
Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
La pregunta era si hay alguien que quieres decir gracias. Yo quiero decir gracias a todas mis maestras de DLI. Yo quiero decir gracias a mis papás por ponerme en el programa de DLI.
Is there anything you want to tell your teacher?
Gracias por enseñarme. Gracias por enseñarme español.
¿Qué quieres decirle a tu maestra?
I would like to say to my teacher that thank you for teaching me in 3rd grade. Yo quiero decir a mi maestra, gracias por haciendo español yo. And I want to say thank you to my mom for taking me to a Spanish class, like learn more Spanish. Yo quiero decir gracias a mi mamá porque traje a ellas español clase y ayudar, que yo se pueda ayudar a ella. Yay!
Good job, baby girl.
Now take me to class.
at the central kitchen. We get a nice variety of produce that we get in from like fruits and vegetables. We have some oranges behind us that we are wedging. We use not just oranges, but whatever fruits or produce that is available during season. Some people ask when we package the food. So our fresh fruits and vegetables are packaged on the same day, every day. They're never done multiple days in the past, but they're done the day of. Our sandwiches are also done on the same day as well. So when we are doing the sandwiches on the after school program, we make those sandwiches fresh day of.
I'm at one of our local farms. We purchase citrus, lettuce, tomatoes, pepper, avocado, pears, apples, cucumbers, and many, many more. In addition to purchasing from our farmers, we brought some activities for the kids to connect the cafeteria with our farms. We have gardening activities, classes in planting to encourage our students to eat nutritious meals.
Today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about my journey into science. Imagine a scientist. What does a scientist look like to you? A lab coat, yes. Glassware, mixing chemicals in a lab, yes. And the big glasses, sometimes sort of falling or taped. But how many of you guys maybe thought of something different? Like a field biologist like Jane Goodall? Or the two astronauts who just did the first ever female spacewalk, Christina Cook and Jessica Meir. But how many of you guys actually pictured yourselves? Not everyone usually does, and this is something that educators often are trying to sort out, is why don't we picture ourselves in this role? Why don't we ever see ourselves as a scientist? When you ask a male or a female your interest in STEM after graduation, half of the guys are gonna say, yeah, STEM is something I'm really interested in, but a fraction of women are actually joining in that same interest. And this sort of then trickles down into the actual workforce. When I actually graduated high school, I was one of those statistics. I did not identify as a scientist. I had no interest in science. I just didn't know what to do with the science degree.
Inspire Her Mind is a conference that gets girls thinking about actually careers in science. They get to see some of the cool applications of science. They get to see women working in these areas.
We know there's not as many women in the STEM workforce as there are men, so we're really trying to be proactive and be able to get girls involved and really show them that this is an opportunity for them.
I did not expect this. I'm gonna be honest, I first came here because I wanted to get extra credit, and then it turned out to be more than that. I wasn't really expecting all of these different interactive activities that we got to do.
The one where you have to inspect the cells of the plants and everything.
We saw stomata and how it's on the back of the leaf, and we just learned more of what we're learning in biology, so it's cool to see it just not in the classroom.
We learned from people who were specialized in their field, so they were really passionate about it, and then so we got to learn just straight from them, and it was really fun.
I don't really like science that much, but my friend convinced me, and it's nothing like what I expected. It's way funner. It's a broad spectrum of different things that you can do. In one of the activities, we kind of learned about how different types of lines can make dresses appear differently. We had to draw lines on the dresses to make appearances either look longer or shorter or thinner or thicker.
When I went to college, you have to take classes that are beyond your major, right? And so I took one that was global environmental problems. And in that class, I was just blown away, and I realized this is where I want to make a difference. I now have a lab that gets to look at these environmental issues, and I absolutely love my job. It took a long time to figure out that this is what I wanted, but I am so happy where I'm at.
I really liked it because it was more focused on us, because we were able to individually analyze what we wanted, not what anybody else wanted us to learn.
We took a personality quiz, and that quiz was honestly like my favorite part.
We were able to find out like the specific topics that we were interested in.
Mine was advisor, because I want to be in the medical field. I want to be an RN.
I got a maker, and I thought that was really cool because ever since I was little, I would always love working with my hands, and I still do.
This is a really great opportunity for girls to get that hands-on experience and to open their eyes.
I decided to come on a whim.
I thought we were just going to get like hour-long lectures and everything, but instead we got to have like these fun experiences.
I expected to see men in lab coats.
I also expected people to just tell about their jobs and then how we could help our city, but instead I learned about how those small careers add up to help the whole world.
We're really focusing on getting girls excited and engaged in STEM fields and potential STEM careers.
My expectations when we came here was that we would go into a lecture hall, they would lecture us, and then we would leave. I didn't expect it to be as hands-on and as innovative and interactive as it was, and I think that that's the reason why I enjoyed it as much as I did.
It's part of their everyday lives, and helping them understand that and appreciate that is also part of this endeavor.
My favorite thing was seeing the batteries and the wire thing move around.
Oh, I saw that amazing little robot. Did you guys? Yeah.
The way they were coded had them follow a pathway, and in that pathway were certain color codes, and those color codes would dictate what the robot did.
It was so little and it was so cute, and the fact that I could literally just drop like a bunch of colors and it would make the robot do different things. It was really, really like impressive, and I really like that.
I'm a wildlife biologist by training. I get to work with animals, habitats, and the environment.
We learned about the California condor, and we found causes of death among condors and why they almost went extinct. And how due to like conservation by people that are in the STEM field, they were able to multiply, and now they're growing species again.
The program provides an opportunity for our students, young ladies, to look into STEM as a possibility and also leadership. There is definitely a gap out in the workforce. So what are we doing? We're bringing our girls in and we're helping build the confidence around those two specific areas.
I'm actually really looking forward to coming back and seeing what other activities that they have for us. I heard them say that leadership was going to be the focus of the second conference. I'm definitely really interested in that, and I think it's really important for women to realize that leadership is an important skill to have, and it's definitely something that's really related to STEM, because STEM is leading the field in so many industries nowadays.
I'm also looking forward to coming back and learning more about the small careers that can build up to help everybody around.
I think it's really important to expose them to the vast array of careers and how a scientific background can help you succeed at anything you choose to do.
My mission for our students is to provide them with a nutritious meal, authentic foods that they will enjoy all year long.
I'm hoping all the effort that we put into our meals are enjoyed by the students.
Can I get the orange chicken?
Chicken sandwich, teriyaki rice,
Chicken chow mein.
Can I get some nachos? Nachos. I'm gonna get everything on them.
Cheeseburger, chicken sandwich, spicy chicken sandwich, pizza.
Beanie cheese burrito. I had tacos today with beef.
We get fresh produce delivered twice a week that we use on our salads and our tacos. We have a vegetarian wrap with no meat.
We serve tortas and burritos, chicken chili verde. We have our barbecue served every day with hamburgers, hot dogs, and crispy chicken sandwiches.
So good, yummy.
You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org. The 30-day grace period ends September 23rd, 2019, so apply as soon as possible.
Welcome to University Heights Middle School. I'm Katie Grimbaugh, I'm the principal here at Uni. Today I'm going to share 5 things I love about our school. First is the variety of clubs and activities that we have. While we have traditional sports like soccer, volleyball, basketball, we also have a variety of things that are unique to us. Things like Sisters STEM Interest Program, Club 3.0, Girl Talk, Mariachi, Ballet Folklorico, Robotics, Makerspace, 3D printing, woodshop, and coding as well. The next thing I love about our school is that we're a personalized learning school. What that means is that each student has a learner profile where they identify their strengths and the ways that they learn best as a student. The teachers then use this to help them develop personalized learning plans, which are used to tailor instruction and activities to the needs of each student as an individual. Next step is our family resource room. We have a dedicated space for parent trainings, activities, to come in and utilize computers, printers, or just assistance for parents needing to apply for programs or access community resources. One of the things unique to our family resource room is that we have a food pantry and community closet available for families in need as well. Another thing I love about Uni is our Avid School-Wide program. We have a school-wide focus on college and career readiness, including high academic expectations in all core classes. Students are reading and writing no matter the subject area. And finally, we have a comprehensive social-emotional learning program, including restorative practices along with social skills instruction in all classes to make sure that our students are successful not only academically, but also socially. School culture is really important to me. So if the teachers are happy, the students are happy. If the students are happy, they have positive relationships with people on campus, then they're more likely to learn and put forth the effort that we need for them to be successful academically. At University Heights, we believe that all decisions should put students first. We prioritize culture and community in all of our decision making. What that means to us is that anytime we are making decisions, deciding between two options, prioritizing programs, spending money, those are the things that we use to decide what we're going to do. So as a staff, we come together and say which one of these furthers our core values, and that's how we decide what we're going to do next. The goal of our school is to provide each student with challenging and rigorous curriculum appropriate to their academic level. We believe every child can achieve academic success. With parents and teachers working together toward the same goal, every child will succeed. Through teamwork, open communication, and a dedication to continuous improvement, we can make this school a place where students delight and enjoy learning.
As we enter into the first few weeks of school, we are encouraging all households to apply and reapply for the meal program.
I think the food here is an upgrade.
Teriyaki chicken, chow mein, rice, and it's always good food.
It's good. It's actually real food. They cook it fresh.
We come in every morning and we bake our cookies fresh.
It's always really good.
Food here is a huge step up.
I think it's good.
It's pretty good.
My favorite thing to eat is a cheeseburger. Cheeseburger.
I had a burger, it was really good.
I got pizza.
Our pizzas are baked in the oven. We have pepperoni and cheese. We get fresh produce delivered twice a week. Strawberries, peaches, apples, oranges, plums, pears.
My favorite lunch is the daily specials where they have the chicken tenders.
I like the lasagna.
You just got a lot of things here.
You can apply for the meal program online by visiting riversideunified.org. Remember, the 30-day grace period ends September 23rd, 2019, so apply as soon as possible.
We have very special things to be distributed to all of our students today. In your sixth period, we will be distributing LA Clippers backpacks, courtesy of Kawhi Leonard and the LA Clippers. There are backpacks for every student. Happy holidays from the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard.
Martin Luther King High School is very, very appreciative of the Clippers organization and for Kawhi Leonard himself for providing the backpacks for all of our students, not only here at campus, but also throughout the district, considering the fact that he did play for us for a couple of years. And it's a great gesture and very much shows his quality of character and commitment to our area.
Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers have donated and given us a backpack for every single student in the whole district. 41,000. I'm going to give you a backpack right
now. We would really like to thank Mr. Leonard. He's done an incredibly generous thing, and
help the holidays of all of our RUSD students by giving them backpacks. It's an incredibly kind and thoughtful gesture on his part, and we are so grateful.
For just, bringing up your community that you grew up in, handing everybody out a backpack, because, some people really can't afford to get backpacks and such. I know that from experience, and having a free backpack definitely means a lot. Thank you.
We just wanted to say thank you so much to Kawhi. These backpacks are awesome. We love them.
Hey man, thanks for the free backpacks.
Thank you, Kawhi.
Thank you, Kawhi.
I'm glad you went to our school. It makes me really happy to know you walk the same hallways.
Thank you, Kawhi. Bro, you got the new heat, bro.
We love you, Kawhi.
I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Los Angeles Clippers Foundation and two-time NBA World Champion Kawhi Leonard. We are especially proud of Mr. Kawhi Leonard for being a graduate of King High School at Riverside Unified School District. He is an inspiration to students throughout the world, and we know that his contributions and his character of what he does to help communities off the court is what makes him truly an inspiration for all of us. So thank you again, Kawhi Leonard and the Los Angeles Clippers Foundation.
Approach the cutoff for the 30-day grace period, we are encouraging all households to apply and reapply for the meal program. Riverside Unified partners with over 20 local farmers. They deliver fresh produce to our central kitchen.
Here at the central kitchen, we get a nice variety of produce that we get in. We have multiple farmers that we use within Riverside. We use not just oranges, but whatever fruits or produce that is available during season. So we also get lettuce, grapes, fresh strawberries from farmers that are local, melons, peaches, nectarines.
I work for RUSD as the food hub coordinator. I work with local farmers and helping them decide what to grow for the district and what varieties of produce and when we need it.
We introduced the Farm to School program in 2005 to try to teach our students lifelong healthy eating habits.
It is easy and quick to apply online by visiting riversideunified.org and apply online through the meal program application.
My name is Matt Cash, and I have the privilege of serving our community as the principal at Fremont Elementary School. Here are 5 things that I absolutely love about Fremont. The first thing I love is our dual language immersion program, or DLI for short. All of Fremont's DLI teachers have a bilingual credential. In our DLI classrooms, students are taught in both English and in Spanish. And by the end of their 6th grade year, our students have the opportunity to grow into students that are biliterate, bilingual, and bicultural. Next, Fremont is a no excuses university school, or NEU for short. That means that we adhere to the belief that every single child deserves the opportunity to be educated in a way that prepares them for college and career. Fremont is also an avid elementary school. That means that our teachers and staff are trained in the most up-to-date techniques to keep our students engaged in content and in the classroom. NEU and AVID go hand in hand. NEU provides us the systems we need to prepare our kids for college and career, and AVID provides us the strategies, real-time, on the ground, that we use inside the classroom to accomplish that. If you ever have the opportunity to walk around Fremont Elementary School, you will see a college presence here on campus. We have banners, pennants, and flags from a variety of colleges around the country hanging in our hallways and in our library. That means that from day one of a student attending our school, we instill the belief that if they want to, they can go to college and pursue the career that they were made for. Fremont Elementary has an amazing show choir. Our show choir is so dynamic that they've been invited to perform at places like the Festival of Lights, at City Hall for the mayor and city council, and even here in our community for local holiday shows. If you ever have a chance to catch one of their shows, you should. Here at Fremont, we are all about partnerships. That includes partnerships with local universities like UCR, the University of California, Riverside. They have a program for volunteers called AmeriCorps, where they come onto campus and college students tutor our elementary students in math, language arts, and other subject areas. Each of these college students work with individuals each day to ensure that our students not only know that they can do their best, but they're also given a mentor that they can aspire to be. Lastly, we pride ourselves on meaningful interventions. That means that data management is a high priority. We know who our kids are, we know their strengths and their challenges, and we design instruction that meets those needs and takes them from where they are to where they need to be in order to be successful. One of our core values is student engagement. We create opportunities for our students to meet their current needs and challenge them to become their best. Fremont Elementary School is unique. Opened in 1917, Fremont is one of the most storied elementary schools here in our city. Our school has been in the La Placida community for more than 100 years. That means we serve generation after generation of learners who have come through our doors. Fremont provides art classes, community service projects, band, show choir, social and emotional services, parent training, community activities, after-school enrichment, and so much more. We're excited for the programs we bring to the La Placida community, and we're happy to serve our families. So with that, we say, welcome to Fremont.
¿Qué quieres hacer cuando estés grande? I want to be a veterinarian when I grow up.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Yo quiero ser un científico. When I grow up, I want to be a teacher.
If you're interested in your child being bilingual, the Dual Language Immersion Program gives the students the opportunity to learn in 2 languages. El programa de inmersión del lenguaje dual le da a los estudiantes la gran oportunidad de aprender 2 idiomas, en español y en inglés, para que puedan ser bilingües y puedan terminar ser estudiantes que puedan leer y escribir en los 2 idiomas también.
My children's first language is English. They actually learned Spanish in the DLI program, and then I just supported everything at home once they were involved in the program.
And Mommy was in Spanish class. Did you help Mommy?
Sí, pues mi mamá preguntó que ellos están en español clase y ella necesita ayudar con un examen. Y os ayudó y ella se ganó 100%.
They have the same curriculum as the other students do. In the primary grades, it's heavy in the Spanish, and they get English language development in English. In the upper grades, they have a 50-50 model, half of the day in Spanish and the other half in English.
What do you like to learn in school?
Me gusta aprender matemáticas. ¿Qué te gusta aprender en la escuela? My favorite subject of school is writing because I can learn things that are bilingual.
Los padres pueden solicitar una aplicación para el programa de inmersión del lenguaje dual tan pronto como en jardín de niños o hasta primer grado.
At Fremont Elementary School, our DLI program is expanding. It's currently in kindergarten, 1st, and 2nd grade, and next year it will move on to 3rd.
Longfellow is proud to offer dual language immersion. We're also a STEM school. We emphasize hands-on STEM activities for a portion of the day. We begin in kindergarten, which means that our students can apply the year before, which would be a preschool or transitional kindergarten age, to enter our school to begin in kindergarten.
Jefferson Elementary School offers a dual language immersion program, kindergarten through 5th grade, and next year we will add 6th grade. They participate in all regular school activities, field trips, special events, assemblies, just like everyone else.
Spanish is interwoven into everything that we do here at Mountain View. Our assemblies are in both languages. Our morning announcements are in both languages. Our students are speaking in both languages.
¿Cuántos años tienen? I am 7 years old. ¿Cuántos años tienes? Yo tengo 7 años. How old are you? I'm 7 years old.
And where do you use what you've learned?
Mi mamá preguntó dónde ellos están hablando español. Están ayudando a mi abuela y mi abuelo se habló en español.
¿Qué te gusta aprender en la escuela?
I like learn English because I like science.
Solicite la aplicación en riversideunified.org.
¿Usted le quiere decir algo a sus maestros? I would like to say that thanks for teaching me how to be bilingual.
Would you like to thank your teacher?
Sí. Gracias por enseñarme. Gracias por enseñarme español.
¿Qué quieres decir a tu maestra?
I want to say, Mr. Ana, Miss Sierra, thank you to teaching me in English and Spanish.
Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
La pregunta era si hay alguien que quiere decir gracias. Yo quiero decir gracias a todas mis maestras de DLI. Yo quiero decir gracias a mis papás por ponerme en el programa de DLI.
Is there anything you want to tell your teacher?
Gracias por enseñarme. Gracias por enseñarme español.
¿Qué quieres decirle a tu maestra?
I would like to say to my teacher that thank you for teaching me in 3rd grade. Yo quiero decir a mi maestra, gracias por haciendo español yo. And I want to say thank you to my mom for taking me to a Spanish class so I can learn more Spanish. Yo quiero decir gracias a mi mamá porque traje a ellas español clase y ayudar, que yo se pueda ayudar a ella. Yay!
Good job, baby girl.
Now take me to the class.
Here at the central kitchen, we get a nice variety of produce that we get in from like fruits and vegetables. We have some oranges behind us that we are wedging. We use not just oranges, but whatever fruits or produce that is available during season. Some people ask when we package the food. So our fresh fruits and vegetables are packaged on the same day, every day. They're never done multiple days in the past, but they're done the day of. Our sandwiches are also done on the same day as well. So when we are doing the sandwiches on the after school program, we make those sandwiches fresh day of.
I'm at one of our local farms. We purchase citrus, lettuce, tomatoes, pepper, avocado, pears, apples, cucumbers, and many, many more. In addition to purchasing from our farmers, we brought some activities for the kids to connect the cafeteria with our farms. We have gardening activities, classes in planting to encourage our students to eat nutritious meals.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Board of Education meeting for May 19th, 2020. If you would like to view this meeting in Spanish, please follow the link below. The board will continue respecting orders from the Governor of California, the Health Officer of the County of Riverside, and the guidelines for the Centers for Disease Control related to maintaining public health and safety at this time. Consistent with these orders and guidelines, this meeting will be held online only, and there will be no physical meeting location open to the public. The Board of Education encourages members of the public to join the meeting electronically. In order to submit your public comments, please refer to the link at the bottom of the screen. Public comments will be accepted until the specific item of business to be transacted or discussed by the board is considered. I would like to introduce at this time Assistant Superintendent Sergio San Martin to provide this message in Spanish.
Thank you, President Alavi. Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la reunión de la Junta de Educación del 19 de mayo del 2020. Si gustan ver esta reunión en español, sigan el enlace de abajo de la descripción. La Junta respetará las recientes órdenes del Gobernador de California, el oficial de salud del Condado de Riverside y las órdenes de los Centros de Control de Enfermedades. Esto es en relación con el mantenimiento de la salud y la seguridad pública. De acuerdo con estas órdenes y guías, esta reunión se llevará a cabo solo en transmisión en línea y no habrá un lugar físico de reunión abierto al público. Le recomendamos a los miembros del público que se unan a la reunión electrónicamente. Para presentar sus comentarios públicos, siga el enlace en la parte de abajo de la pantalla. Se aceptarán los comentarios públicos durante la junta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'm now going to do a quick roll call. If I could have the board members call in. Mr. Hunt.
Here.
Mr. Lee.
Yes, I'm here.
Ms. Lock-Dawson.
Here.
Dr. Farouk.
Here.
Mr. Hodnett.
Here.
Very good. Thank you. Everyone is here. And now I would like to go to Dr. Hansen to report on the action taken during closed session under item C3, public employee appointment.
Thank you, Madam President Alavi. And I am pleased to report that in closed session, 3 candidates were taken to the board to be considered for appointment of principalships, 3 elementary principals, and for each of them, it was a 5-0 in favor of all of these. And the first one I'd like to introduce is the new principal at Jackson Elementary School, Eliu Rodriguez. And I'd like to read a brief bio on Eliu, and then Eliu, you can hop on and wave and say hi to everyone really quickly. Ms. Rodriguez began her educational career with RUSD in 2015 as an assistant principal of Mountain View Elementary School, and then was transferred to Jackson Elementary School. Prior to Ms. Rodriguez she worked in New View Unified School District from 2006 to 2015 as a classroom teacher and as a teacher on special assignment focused on supporting students and teachers with reading intervention and implementation of the Common Core state standards. Mrs. Rodriguez believes in shared leadership and collaboration in order to create a school culture and climate that is focused on student achievement and equity for all students. And we know that her positivity and her energetic personality are a true asset to the RUSD community and to Jackson Elementary School. Eliu, would you like to jump on and quickly introduce yourself to the community?
Good evening. I am honored to be able to take the lead of leading our school at Jackson Elementary School. I don't have words, but just gratitude to be able to have this opportunity and be able to lead our school and our community.
Thank you, Eliu. And again, congratulations. We're excited for you and the community of Jackson. Our next candidate that we'd like to introduce to you is Guadalupe Lisa Koss. She goes by Lisa. Lisa is the new principal appointed to be at Tomas Rivera Elementary School. Lisa began her educational career in 1996 as a Spanish teacher at Arlington High School. Within her illustrious tenure with RUSD, Lisa has served the students of Riverside in several different capacities to include bilingual teacher, trainer of trainers in English language arts curriculum, dual language immersion, teacher on special assignment, and most recently as the assistant principal at Emerson Elementary School. Lisa is an instructional leader who has consistently made a lasting positive impression by focusing on what matters most, student academic performance and their well-being. and staff capacity building through collaborative efforts. And Lisa, we congratulate you on your appointment as the new principal at Tomas Rivera. Would you like to come on and introduce yourself to the community?
Thank you. I'm Lisa Koss. I'm honored to be chosen as Rivera's principal. I know that together we will continue the work of engaging students in higher level learning. And I'm happy to build relationships with the community, and I'm excited to take this next step and see what it brings us all. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to support RUSD and the work of equity.
Thank you, Lisa. We are happy to have you here and very excited for you and the Tomas Rivera Elementary community. And the last candidate the board took action on is a gentleman by the name of Oscar Cisneros, who will be serving as the new principal at Liberty Elementary School. Mr. Cisneros has been a site administrator for the past 15 years. He has helped raise the student achievement and performance levels for every school site he has served at. Not only has he effectively served as a site principal at high school level, also most recently for the last 6 years served at an elementary school in Lenox Unified School District. As principal of Moffett Elementary School, he worked to transform the school. He has received that school numerous site awards, including the recognition of a California Distinguished School Award. In addition, Mr. Cisneros has strived to strengthen the district in which he has worked by serving as a member of negotiations teams, as well as he's continued his own professional development through USC, AXA, and the Leader in Me framework. We are confident that Mr. Cisneros brings the experience and expertise needed to support our team here in RUSD and our quest for continued success, and he'll be a wonderful addition to the family at Liberty Elementary School. Oscar, would you like to come on and introduce yourself to the community, please?
Yes, thank you. So I want to thank everyone for the opportunity. I'm really looking forward to bringing my passion for bringing kids from a place of not believing to a place of believing. And I look forward to working with everyone in the school community to not only meet, but also to exceed the expectations that you have of me as a leader. And I will not let you down. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Oscar, and we're grateful that you said yes to Riverside and to RUSD. Look forward to having you join the family. And so, as I mentioned, it was unanimous support for each of these three candidates. And so I will mute myself and back to you, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you. We're really excited to be welcoming our new principals in for the new school year. And now we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance to our flag will be led by Stephanie Gaona Bustos, a 6th grade student from Liberty Elementary School. After we hear from Stephanie, Mr. Freddie Hodnett will read a bio about her.
My name is Stephanie Gaona Bustos. I am a 6th grader at Liberty Elementary School. I am in advanced band. My favorite subject is math. I've been here since preschool. My siblings are also coming to the school, so I hope they spend a good time here. Now for the pledge. Please follow along. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hodnett, will you please read Stephanie's bio?
Yes. Stephanie Bustos has been a student at Liberty ever since kindergarten, and she is an exemplar Liberty Eagle. Being the oldest in her family comes with responsibilities, and she is a role model for her siblings. Her sister Jennifer is in the 5th grade, and her little brother is in kindergarten. She also has a baby sister at home who will continue the tradition and Liberty Eagle soon. Stephanie is always willing to try something new. She is one of the most responsible scholars we have ever seen. It has been an honor having her as a student, and we can't wait to hear about her future accomplishments after she leaves Liberty Elementary School. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Mr. Hodnett. And now we're going to be treated to a student performance, a selection from Les Miserables, provided by students from Ramona High School under the direction of Mr. Drew Ward.
Good evening, President Alavi and Dr. Hanson. I'm Victoria Field. I'm 16 years old and I currently attend Ramona High School. Today, I'm with my fellow peers and friends, Milana Baez and Diego Rivera, and our amazing drama teacher, Mr. Drew Ward. During this pandemic, a lot of us are facing a hard time, including the performing arts. A lot of kids have had their productions canceled and are really disappointed in the outcome of the year. But during this quarantine, we've had a lot of time to practice our craft, and we're really awaiting those opportunities for when we get out. Today, we are performing from our production of Les Mis, A Heart Full of Love. We hope you enjoy.
A heart full of love, a heart full of song. I'm doing everything all wrong. Oh God, for shame, I do not even know your name. Dear Mademoiselle, won't you say, will you tell? My name is Marius Pontmercy.
And mine's Cosette.
Cosette, I don't know what to say.
That make no sound.
I am lost.
I am
light. Night bright as day, and you must never go away. Cosette, Cosette.
This is a chain we'll never break.
Do I dream?
A heart full of years, my mind to lose. A heart full of years, I regret what cannot be.
And I knew.
These are words he'll never say. Not to me.
From today.
Not to me. Not for me. Every day. Just
I have shivers. That was so wonderful. Thank you so much to Ramona High School, our students, and Drew Ward. What a wonderful example of the fine arts. Thank you. And now we will turn to our district superintendent's report. Dr. Hanson.
Thank you, President Alavi, and I'd like to congratulate Mr. Ward. Fabulous, wow. And our young, talented students from Ramona High School, very, very impressive. And although I previously congratulated them, let me congratulate them again, our 3 new principals that we have just introduced to you this evening. You're joining a wonderful team. We're grateful to have you with us. This evening, board members, you're going to receive a few different presentations. One, as part of the public hearing, is on our state budget. And let me just say this, it is shocking. I didn't think, 12 years ago, I was a cabinet member when we went through the Great Recession, starting in 07, 08, and I didn't think I'd see that level of cuts again in my career. But since we first started getting money back from the Great Recession in 13, 14, it's only been 7 years, and I can say it's shocking to see the depth of cuts that are going to be projected for the state of California as well as for K-12. And I know Ms. Kakish is going to go into much more detail. I'll just say this, that we posted this on Friday, and then the May revised came out that evening. And so we reposted a few other slides that show the May revise from our governor. And you'll see that this evening as Ms. Kakish does talk. But it's just preliminary. Remember, it's a May revised. The budget doesn't get adopted until June. Of course, it's going to go through both legislative houses, and they're going to do their thing, and then the final adoption for the state budget in June. But even then, it's still not final, because you recall that there was a 90-day extension on people to file their taxes, which is July the 15th. And after that July the 15th deadline, and they do what they need to do at the state, then there'll be another budget that's going to come out. So I just want to say what you see this evening, although shocking, it's going to change a couple of times, and we'll have something final, I'm sure, in that end of July, August window. But needless to say, deep cuts up and down the state in K-12 education. And again, Ms. Kakish will go into that in more details during that presentation. The other presentation on the budget that you're going to see is our Measure O. It's local dollars. Of course, that does not get cut in any of the state budgets. It stays locally, and it's what the voters and taxpayers voted into approval back in Measure O back in 2016. And I made mention last time that this evening, or this board meeting study session, we're going to show a lot of transparency. We're going to show timeline. We're going to show changes. We're going to show cash flow as it pertains to all of our Measure O our projects, neighborhood schools, STEM school, and all the other schools that we're doing Measure O. And I want to thank staff, particularly Sergio San Martin and Ms. Kakish, for preparing this presentation. And we're happy to have us share this with you in the community this evening. And then the last is I just want to thank the community for your patience. It's hard to believe that we've been at this since March the 13th. That was a Friday of all days. And here we find ourselves. Next week is the last week of school with graduations. We're normally scheduled, and now you're going to see some drive-through graduations starting on Tuesday of next week, a week from today, culminating with a virtual graduation on Saturday, May the 30th at 6:00 p.m. And I just want to thank the patients, or thank the community for your patience. I want to thank all of the students for their patience, particularly the class of 2020. You've been remarkable as far as the maturity and the adult behavior that you have shown through this. I know that I've had a chance to meet with you a couple different times, and we're having a meeting with our senior leaders again tomorrow. And I just want to again express my gratitude to you this evening. And board members, that's the third presentation you're going to hear as an update on COVID-19, and part of that will be graduation. So that concludes my comments, and I will go ahead and turn it back to you, President Alavi.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to hear from some of our board members. I'm going to start off tonight with our student board member, Mr. Freddie Hodnett. Freddie, do you have words for us tonight?
Yeah. I would first like to start off by just thanking, all of my colleagues on the board and Dr. Hanson for, giving me this once in a lifetime experience being on the board. This is my last board meeting, so, just want to really show you guys my gratitude. I don't think there's any position I could have taken ever really that I could have learned like this much, especially in the field that I want to pursue in the future. Because just being on the board this year is really kind of like it's kind of showed me what I wanted to do in the future, and that is to return as an elected RUSD board member when I finish college and everything. So because I just really believe that it's so important to educate the youth and make sure they have the best educational journey possible. And because once the youth is educated, then that's when the change in the future really happens. I just think it's very important. So thank you guys for this opportunity, and hopefully to be back.
Thank you. You've been a terrific board member. We've been so pleased to have you, and you've kind of even filled in and done more than your share. So we all appreciate you very much. Mr. Hunt, do you have some comments?
There we go. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. I appreciate it. First to Mr. Hodnett. Freddie, you really have been just a wonderful addition. You've served 2 terms because we had someone that wasn't able to had been chosen. And I think my video just stopped. We just appreciate it so much. And Freddie, you did exactly what, when Dr. Farouk first brought this idea of a student board member to us, exactly what we wanted. You helped us understand what the student is thinking, and whether it's the education they're receiving or other things. And then, of course, during this time with graduations, including yours at North there, Freddie, have been canceled. You've been a great help to us to understand. So thank you so much, Freddie, and what you've done. I look forward to your career in public service. You know, I think you've got the smarts, not just the smarts, but the attitude and the heart for it. And I know you're going to, is it Howard you're going to? And I probably messed that up. I know it's a historical Black college.
Oh, no. At the beginning of the year, it was ASU, Alabama State. But now I think I've changed it to Cal Berkeley.
Oh, you went from ASU to Cal Berkeley.
Yes.
You went up the escalator a lot there, friend. Good for you. Good for, right, Dr. Farouk? Dr. Farouk's a Cal Berkeley undergrad. So, but thank you, Freddie, for your service. And you taught us a lot, as Mrs. Allaby says. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd also like to, Dr. Hansen brought it up and just a moment ago about what is about to come down from Sacramento. Of course, from the COVID-19, the businesses and the taxes that are being suffered so bad by this unprecedented occurrence in our lives and in the last 100 years. But I want to say that to the public and to us, we're going to hear later on a fiscal report that is very promising. We're going to be able to, I think, well, you should hear it first. I want to thank my fellow board members. I want to thank Dr. Hansen and his executive staff, and just for all of us, and all of the employees involved, for the district continuing to exercise what is an historical foundation in RUSD, which has always been conservative in their fiscal management, to be prepared for unexpected attacks like this. And, you know, I would say that RUSD may or may not be the most prepared fiscally district in the entire state, but if we aren't, the line ahead of us is not very long. To my colleagues, you know, transparency and equity and honorable public service, fiscal and fiduciary assignment is one of our most important obligations as elected officials to the people we serve and to the children we serve in their futures. It is also the foundation of every program, every staffing, every visionary hope and initiative we would like to take on and have. Without this fiscal foundation that is solid, reminds me of the parable about the wise man who built his house on the rock, and when the storms came, he withstood it, whereas the foolish man built his house, you notice it never said woman, by the way, she would know better, built his house on the sand, and when the torrential rains and came and the storms crashed against and the streams rose, it says the house fell with a great clatter. We know there is a hurricane storm coming down from Sacramento, and I think this governor and the legislature cares about education and will do the right thing, but we will have cuts. But I think we're going to learn a little bit later, and I'm very proud of it, that RUSD is ready. And lastly, Mrs. Allaby, I'd like to say that when it comes, you know, we have been, you know, I know people try to compare sometimes to the city and the county, what they're doing as far as meetings and everything. We're a very different entity. We have a very, very different constituency and obligation than they do. So I understand what's happening there. But when I look at the governor's order that allowed for some suspension of the Brown Act, I am concerned, and I would want the board to look at this, that even a lot of the things that were suspended about public meeting and a lot of those, that I'm not sure we're allowing, and I'm not sure some of the other entities in town are allowing the proper public comment path, which I don't think, with all respect, includes having a district employee read what they've sent in. So respectfully to everyone and to our community, I'd like to have us look at that. Thank you, Mrs. Allaby.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Trustee Allaby. Want to thank Ramona Vappa and Mr. Ward for putting that together. I think it was amazing to hear, and a great performance, but it's also fun to watch all the participants on this meeting watch the performance at the same time. So it's a new perspective, these virtual meetings. So congratulations, Ramona. Also, North, I saw North put together a song to class of 2020, their chamber singers did, and that was really, really nice. So if you haven't checked that out, please check that out. Welcome to our 3 new principals. Glad to have you on board. I think that being a principal is probably one of the toughest but most important jobs in our district because we expect so much. And you know, they're the ones who are on the leading the staff or leading the students at each campus. So I think we found 3 great candidates, and I'm glad they are leading the schools that they were assigned. So welcome. Freddie, you know, you've just been such a blessing to this board and to this district. I'm so excited to hear that you want to continue your service to Riverside after college. Glad that you're getting away. I think that for any student that wants to do so and has the ability to do so should. We just always hope that you come back because Riverside's invested in a lot in you, and we want you to come back and continue to give back to our community. So glad that you have choices on where you want to go to college, and if Berkeley is it, fantastic. But glad to have you back, and would love to have you on the dais as a board member where you can vote on everything and you don't have to excuse yourself from certain things. So,
right.
Congratulations, and can't wait to have you back in Riverside and have a great time in college.
Thank you.
2 things. One, on the public comment piece, I know we got a couple emails on that this week. I know we're trying our best to figure out how to navigate. And I am okay if the majority of the board wants to continue to meet virtually, I'm fine with that. But I would like to see with technology if we can maybe find some way to have the public participate in a different way. I know the county and the city and other organizations have done a way to stream it. I know it's difficult, but if there's a way to do it, I'd like to at least look into that. And then last, if I know last meeting I had asked for an update on what planning looks like for next year. I know that we're in our last week of school and parents are thinking about what is school going to look like next year. I know a lot of that is not in our control, but I know a lot of discussions have been made, and I'm sure there's a variety of contingency plans. So if there's an opportunity for Dr. Hansen to share out on some of those discussions, I think the public would be appreciative. I know that's the call I get, or text messages I get the most in the last week. And the last, I've kind of gotten used to these virtual meetings and dressing down a little bit. So just representing my city today, Riverside. And also I'm wearing my shirt from my endurance race that I did with my friend Bob, who lost his life last week, who I know we're going to talk about later. So thank you, Trustee Alavi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Ms. Locke-Dawson.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. First and foremost, I just want to thank all of our parents and tell you my heart goes out to you and for your forbearance during this time. I mean, this is being at home with children is challenging enough. Being at home with children when you're expected to homeschool them when you've never done that before is a huge challenge as well. So I just want you to know the district is here. We have resources. We can help, and we're doing our best to try to get back to normal, whatever normal looks like in the future. So thank you for that. Also, on that vein, congratulations to all of our seniors this year who are graduating. You are going to have some stories to tell 50 years from now about what it was like to graduate in a pandemic. So congrats, it's wonderful. And also, Freddie, thank you. I have really enjoyed having you on the board. I love your insights. You're just a breath of fresh air. And I know you're going to go out and build a future that I'm going to grow old into. So I appreciate that. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
You've been great. Come back and see us. Tell us how things are going in Cal, and then we can get you a tie after your 4th year when you're done, your Cal tie with your bears on it. So
definitely.
Lastly, too, I just want to say thank you to my colleagues on the board, our staff, Dr. Hansen, for focusing on decision making that is focused on the problems that we're dealing with. They're not focused on anything else. There's no politicization of it, and things should not be politicized at this time. We are dealing with real problems that require real attention and real focus, not political posturing. So I want to thank my colleagues for doing that, and all the staff for keeping us focused on that. We are in a time where decisions are being made with imperfect information, incomplete information, and a time when decisions have to be made with calculated risk. These are very difficult decisions, very difficult times to be in if you are in any kind of leadership position. So to everybody that's making these types of decisions, I thank them. And this is what leadership looks like. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you very much. Dr. Farouk?
Thank you, President Alavi. So I first wanted to begin by just saying how fantastic and moving the performance was from the Ramona VAPA students. It's always great to stay connected with our students during these virtual board meetings. So that's wonderful. I also just want to echo my colleague's sentiments regarding Freddie. Just seeing your passion, your enthusiasm, ever since you started, connecting with you even before you interviewed for the student board member position, but really respect the seriousness that you've taken this and the passion. And I think the fact that your involvement has actually been outsized and you've been expected to adapt beyond what you even signed up for is a testament to who you are. And as somebody who's can relate to some of that journey that you're on the path towards, from being a student board member to going to Berkeley and then coming back and getting elected on the school board. I know that you're going to have a fantastic experience there, and just know I'm here to be supportive however I can. And the one last thing I just want to say also about Freddie is I think it's important that the voice and the issues that Freddie has raised, whether it's regarding race, equity, that those things obviously are values that are embedded in our board, in our district, and we need to continue pushing those efforts, obviously beyond the tenure that Freddie is here in this capacity. I also wanted to echo my colleagues' sentiments, Trustee Hunt and Lee, regarding the participation of the public. I definitely think I encourage staff. I know that just adjusting to these virtual meetings in and of itself is a challenge, but I agree that it would be nice to be able to directly hear the voice of our constituents that are wanting to share their perspectives on things. And so I hope we can make those accommodations for the future meetings. A few things just to report out on. The California School Board Association has had its delegate assembly this past Saturday. And the major update from that was deliberation about the schools and community first ballot proposition in November. The CSBA decided to take a no position on that issue. So I just wanted the board to be aware of that. I also want to give congratulations to the class of 2020 and kudos to staff on their flexibility and dedication to accommodating the not just the virtual, but to proceed with this drive-through option so students could have as much recognition as possible. Congratulations to our new employee appointments, the principal appointments. Excited about that, and really want to respect seeing the more diversity that we're getting from our staff as well, which I think is fantastic. I know Bob Stockton was someone that we all considered a friend, and I know Trustee Lee in particular had a very close relationship with him. I know that that's going to be brought up later too, but I just want to express my condolences. He was a friend of mine as well, and I know one of our employees passed away, which I think Trustee Alavi will address that later to Joe Eros. So we want to give his condolences to him as well. And then lastly, I just wanted to give an update also that the student flag competition, IVAR, Inland Valley Association of Realtors, Jesse Streeter, Paul Herrera, they've actually been able to cobble up $3,000 worth of cash prizes now for students. And they're going to be announcing that to the students soon, but 6 students have already submitted. So really eager to see how that plays out. And again, just appreciate all of the community support for our students during this time. Thank you, Trustee Alvey.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. I just had a couple thoughts myself. There's a saying that goes, map out your future, but do it in pencil. And as we're discovering in RUSD, this is a good saying because we're about to erase some plans we've already made. We're about to change some things within our district. Many of them, because of the pandemic, is requiring us to do so and to look at things differently. And some of them financial, because we can already look down the road and see what we will need to tighten our belts. And we're changing the way we teach our students, and we don't know how long we're going to have to maintain those changes or when we are going to get back to our normal classroom. And some of the things we're changing is the order in which we are using our Measure O bond money, which you're going to hear more about this evening. Sadly, having to move our STEM high school project back to a back burner. So we're making these changes because we need to. And things are moving pretty fast right now, and we are trying to adapt and change to all the things that are coming our way. And I'm just asking that all RUSD families and staff understand how thankful we are for their encouragement, their help, and their support in these times. We have really been pushing the envelope. We know that we're asking a lot of everybody, and they've all come through in flying colors. So as we look forward to all the changes tonight, of which you'll hear some, just hold on to your hats. Okay. Now we will go to public comment to Ms. Reno Frosto. Will you please read any public comments?
Yes, Mrs. Alavi, we have one public comment for the public input from John Q. Public, AKA Jason Hunter. First, the district cannot by law require my name, phone number, or address in order to submit a public comment, as is currently the practice for your online submissions. Cease and desist. Second, the public comment submissions form of today's agenda is a dead link, bit.ly/RUSD board feedback. I had to find the correct link off your YouTube channel. Please fix. Third, the Brown Act requires the district to provide the public with a way to directly address the board, not indirectly as you are doing currently. For example, this submission being read by someone who is not me. The district needs to provide a way via phone, computer, or otherwise to make this happen in real time while also conforming with your current rules. https://assembly.eboardsolutions.com/index.aspx?S equals 360300406. As the city of Riverside recently found out, Governor Newsom's executive orders did not allow the district to cut oral public comment testimony from your meetings. Cease and desist. That concludes the public input.
Thank you very much. Have there been any requests submitted for public comment on any consent agenda items?
None for consent agenda this evening.
Okay, thank you. Then I will look for a motion from the board to address the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
Mr. Hodnett?
I would like to approve all items on the consent with the exception of number 7.
Ms. Lock-Dawson, would you second that?
Yes, sorry, Freddie. Yes, I would.
No, that's all good. It's my fault.
We will now take a roll call with all items except for is it 17, did you say, Freddie?
7.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Mr. Hunt?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Lock-Dawson?
Yes.
Dr. Farouk?
Yes.
Mr. Hodnett?
Yes.
And I say yes. So all items except 7 have been passed. Now may I have a motion for number 7?
I would move to approve item number 7 in the consent calendar.
Very good. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. Please vote. Mr. Hunt?
Yes.
Mr. Lee,
Yes.
Ms. Lockdawson,
Yes.
Dr. Farouk,
Yes.
and I say yes. So thank you. Those are all passed. And now we will move on to a public hearing. Ms. Rena Frosto, do you have any comments for the public hearing on the budget?
Yes, this evening we have two.
Would you please? Oh, thank you.
The first is Dale Kinnear. Question 1. To what degree is the budget report congruent with Newsom's May revise? Official guidance from the State Department of Education recommended school districts run different scenarios depicting uncertain budget assumptions. Did RUSD do this, and can these scenarios be shared? Question 2. Why is it difficult to estimate 2019-2020 revenues and expenditures late in the month of May? Is the 1920 data pre-COVID? Question 3. What reduction in certificated staff have you taken as a result of declining enrollment and the estimated loss of revenue? Question 4. The COVID-19 pandemic has many implications, some of which are included in this report. However, cash flow is also significant. In light of Newsom's proposed deferrals with payments from the state, to what degree is RUSD in a position to handle these deferrals? Question 5. Is the estimated $5+ million loss of LCFF unrestricted income before the May revise, or is it only due to 0% projected COLA and the decline in enrollment? Question 6. What aggressive steps are we using to counter declining enrollment in light of the closure of the charter school Encore? How many RUSD students were enrolled in Encore? If we aggressively recruited them back to RUSD, what would be the estimated increase in revenue? Finally, I have a final thought and recommendation. Making difficult decisions now will save significant dollars later. Transparent dialogue and decision-making should guide us in these very challenging times. And the next comment is from John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. It is recommended that the Board of Education conduct a public hearing for the 2021 proposed all funds budget. Public hearing. You cannot hold a public hearing and lock the public out of the hearing by not allowing oral testimony. You are violating the public's substantive and procedural due process rights. Cease and desist. Rehold and all public hearings conducted this way over the past month. And that concludes the comments for the public hearing.
Thank you very much. All right, now we are going to conduct a public hearing for the 2021 proposed all funds budget. And I think many of the questions that were proposed by the public comment will be answered by Ms. Kakish, our Chief Business Officer and Governmental Relations Director. Ms. Kakish.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Hansen. We have a staff report that goes over the budget estimate right now. We had aligned this by agenda item because of a requirement that came into place back approximately 7 years ago when the LCFF formula and the LCAP, Local Control Accountability Plan, came into place. It required that the public hearing for the budget be aligned with the public hearing for the LCAP. This year, because of what we're going through with the COVID-19 pandemic, they have relaxed the timelines regarding the LCAP adoption and moved the timeline for that until December 15th. Unfortunately, they didn't do the same for the budget, even though the budget is really, right now, is a total guess, whether it's at our level or at the state level. Everybody's predicting different numbers. So with that in mind, we did not change, and we used this opportunity to still go through the public hearing that's required for adoption. It used to be at the same time that you adopt. This year, it's going to be a month in advance, which is okay because it gives you an opportunity to have information of what we know now based on the May revision. There'll be a lot of negotiations that will take place between now and the June 16th board meeting. And at that time, we will bring you back what we know then. I guarantee you that neither today's information, neither June's information will be accurate. And the reason why the state has extended the timelines for the income tax returns And they are not going to receive the receipts before July 15th, possibly. Most people that pay taxes are going to be paying it closer to the July 15th deadline. With that in mind, it's unknown what the income tax revenue will be. That particular pot of money for the state is 70% of the general fund of the state. And so it's a big number. It's important for them to know and have a better estimate of that. Usually they do, because it's received by April 15th. This year, it's received in the next fiscal year. So it's not even in the same year. So it created a lot of different challenges for the state. Some of those challenges, as it was talked about briefly by one of our public audience that submitted questions, is cash flow. We will talk a little bit about that and let you know what we think and what we predict for our cash flow today too. What I would like to do is, after we go through the presentation, I'd like Mrs. Frosto to actually repeat the questions, maybe one at a time, to make sure that we answered a lot of our questions in public, if it's possible, if it's okay with the board. And then any other questions that might come up by the board, and we'll go through that process through the question and answer period. So we'll start by going to the next slide. It's hard because I feel like I need to be clicking something, but we can't really do that virtually. So thank you for our team in the background that are helping us navigate through this presentation. So I've already kind of mentioned what we're going through as far as COVID-19 issue. So it made it really challenges to predict this year's. As I explained, this answers one of the questions that I remember from the public questions. Why is it hard to predict 1920 revenue? Well, it's because usually 1920 revenue receives full information about the tax returns for income tax. And this year it's not going to be happening before July 15th. So that's one reason why the state really cannot give you a final answer on the revenue for 1920. That is because of the income tax return. Again, I want to repeat that income tax returns are 70% of general fund at the state level. For school districts revenue, we're about approximately 40% of that too. So with that in mind, we can go to the next slide. I wanted to go over, I'm trying to see how I can eliminate the pictures on the side. By the way, I won't be able to see anybody if they're asking for a question, so please unmute and interrupt me. That's for the Board of Trustees or our Superintendent, if you'd like to interrupt and ask a question, because I have the full screen so I can give as much information as possible. So for this slide, we wanted to bring to your attention what assumptions did we use that actually calculated the numbers that you're going to see in the next few slides. So for cost of living adjustments, back when you saw these numbers, there was cost of living adjustment in every year of the multi-year projections. The year 2021 had 2.29% that we were expecting as an additional revenue. That cost of living adjustment actually in May revision had increased to 2.31. The reason why cost of living is just a number and a percentage, because it's a calculation. Whether or not the state can afford to provide it to districts is a whole different question based on the revenue that they would receive for that year. So as we build these slides, I want to stop here and let everybody know that it takes a period of time, a minimum of 2 to 3 weeks to wrap up numbers in order to put it in a report and balance all of the issues and all of the other funds that interact with the general fund, and finalize a report with all the state requirements in it in a software that's required by the state. So that takes a lot of time. So with that in mind, these predictions were way before we actually heard anything about the May revision. We just knew that we are approaching a very hard time. We knew that businesses are closed and the whole country is shut down. We knew that was going to impact revenue at the state level. To what level, we had no idea. So what we tried to do with the help of the finance board member, the board members that sit on the finance committee, we actually consulted with them, even though we couldn't hold a full-blown finance committee. We still met with the two board members and talked about it and had a conversation. And we agreed on these assumptions at the time, again, before we heard anything about the May revision. So for enrollment, so our enrollment, as you saw before, we have a declining enrollment that's happening in the district, and it's been that way for a few years. What we did here is we actually increased the enrollment slightly for 2021 and ongoing. And the reason being is we incorporated some enrollment that could come back to the district from the closure of Encore. So I wanted to make sure that that's
Ms. Kakish?
Yes.
This is Dr. Hanson. Just to add a little bit to the story, thank you. When you see the decline in enrollment, as she mentioned about, I think it's important for the board to remember and the public to remember that the biggest reason is because of the declining birth rates in our region. As we've analyzed that over the last several years, we've seen it's been lower at the primary grade. That's not necessarily kids leaving the district. Let's recruit them back. We do have some of that, but the biggest decline, if I remember correctly, that you've presented, Ms. Kakish, and that Mr. San Martin, Assistant Superintendent, presented, is because of those declining birth rates that we're seeing in our region and actually throughout the nation.
Yes, Dr. Hanson, absolutely. So, okay. As far as our attendance, which is the percentage that's also a factor in the local control funding formula for revenue, we actually decided to keep that as flat. We also don't know if the attendance in the future will continue to be at the same way as far as accountability. So we just left it flat. We had predicted with the program that we had implemented that we'll be able to increase ADA slightly. But just to be conservative, we kept it at the same level as last year. And because we're declining, we're always paid on the ADA from a previous year. I just want to remind everybody with that. So we do have a line that says funded ADA for revenue. Our unduplicated pupil count, which is our English language learners, our foster youth, and free and reduced population, is actually going down slightly. It goes up, but the average is really a rolling average. So we are paid on a 3-year rolling average. And so we take in consideration every year increase, but we will get at one point, if everything stays the same, we'll get to the 67.25 to be our rolling average once we get there. This is because we started a process to increase our unduplicated back when we implemented a campaign for free and reduce, and that's still not fully catching up with the actual rolling average. We wanted to, at this time, when we prepared the budget, we did not actually have any information about the state reducing any STRS or PERS rates. So in this particular slide, you see the old projections of that, and I'll go over the impact of May revision at the end of this presentation. So the next slide, please.
Ms. Kakish?
Yes.
Mr. Lee has a question.
Yes.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Trustee Alavi. Mrs. Kakish, on that last slide.
Can you bring the slide back, please?
I mean, it's not, it has to do with the ADA percentage. So since schools have been closed, how do we calculate ADA?
So for this year, they allowed us to calculate ADA as of February 29th. And so they picked a date before the closure that's closer to the April 15th date. Usually it used to be April 15th. And they allowed us to calculate it as of February 29th and use that as our ADA percentage.
And then has there been any thoughts or discussion, depending on what school looks like next year, how they're going to calculate ADA?
There is discussions right now, but there is no decisions that have been made, and we'll keep you updated on that.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, are you finished with your question?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Kakish.
So the next few slides just gives you an idea in dollar amounts. that sources of revenue that have changed from our this year to next year. Now, our estimated actuals is our best guess right now, still for expenditures, because, for example, when we planned graduation, we planned it virtually first, and then we decided to do a drive-through. So that changes the expenditures, right? So if they planned this and calculated this 3 weeks ago, they probably didn't know that we were going to do a drive-through. So that will be updated. So these numbers might change slightly by the time they come back to you in September, because that's when we really give you the report of what it's called an unaudited actuals. And the estimated actuals become actuals, but because they have not been audited, they call them unaudited actuals. And those are our financial statements. So we'll come back to you with these numbers. As I mentioned, some of the estimates for even LCFF might change depending on if they decide to do a cut or not. One of the things that happens in the budget is that the governor issues his May revision, but then there is negotiation that happens between the governor and the legislators. Even for this year, for example, in his May revision, he had promised to offset some of the reductions that happened naturally to the revenue by some of the rainy fund dollars and some other areas in the CARES Act that's coming from the federal government. Well, if the legislators don't agree with him and they end up in a negotiation, that particular piece could change and they could implement something else for this current year, which is 1920. And so that's why it's really hard to predict and say for sure this is the dollar amount that we're going to receive. When it comes to 2021, what we did is based on the assumptions, we took all of the cost of living adjustments out and we incorporated the decline in enrollment that we have estimated. And that's why the calculator pushes out 398.7 million for that particular source. If I keep wanting to click, if we can go to the next slide. So what we did is separated it for you for unrestricted and restricted. And so for the unrestricted side of the house, these are our numbers. So we predict that we will go down by from 421 million to 411 million approximately. And that's because some of the revenue that's due to decline and due to no cost of living adjustment, but it's also that state revenue that we received for some grants last year will not be repeating this year. So, and then we can go to the next slide for restricted income. And here we have predicted that our federal and state revenue, as far as our budget, that will be at the 90% level. And then we also have things that are not repeating that are one-time revenue that could have come in last year for state that might not be coming in this year. And then we go to the next slide. This is just a pie chart that we're just give a visual of our revenue being 78% LCFF dependent. Next slide, please. And so some of I've already went over some of this, but just to summarize, significant changes to income is really due to LCFF decrease, to decline in enrollment and the zero projected COLA. And we also assume 90% of prior year awards for categoricals. Local income, such as donations and fees and fines, also have not been budgeted. And the reason being is we're actually probably not going to receive as many donations that we used to with people going through very hard times. And we are not charging any fines right now. And we have closed for fees such as facilities fees or any other fees like that. So we did not budget any of that in the budget year. So let's go to the next slide. And here we start talking about our expenditures for next year. And in the certificated and classified salaries and benefits, we also just applied the normal increases, which is due to step and column increases and any rate increases where it's for workers' comp, for liability, for STRS and PERS that I had mentioned that they were actually increasing at the time we prepared this report. And the next slide goes into unrestricted versus restricted. So next slide has unrestricted, and we predict that we would have $423.4 million worth of expenditures. And the next slide is restricted programs. And then we go to the next slide, and it's just a pie chart of the expenditures. It just gives you a visual. Next slide, please. As far as expenditures, again, the significant changes are step and column reduction due to declining enrollment, but it offsets each other. So the reduction and the increase, it still ended up with an increase, and step increases and contractual increases. We also have increased PERS, STRS, workers' comp, health benefits cap, other post-employment benefits. We've also increased those, and actually the cost right now for retiree benefits had increased to approximately $5 million versus $3 million from the past. Sometimes, and this could be temporary, or it could be for a longer period of time. It just depends. Some of our retirees or their dependents, and in this case, it's actually dependents, have very, very unique cases that are costing a lot as far as claims. And so we will continue to budget those until the condition is treated and have full recovery. So we'll keep you updated on that. But for now, we're increasing that piece in the budget. Next slide, please. At this point, we're going to talk about the fund balance and how this budget is affecting the fund balance. With our closure, we have saved in a lot of different areas. We did spend a different type of expenses that we have planned on. For example, for COVID-19, we added security. We did a lot of different ways of addressing our distant learning program and our meals programs. But with the fact that we are closed, even though we're paying all of our employees, we're saving in utilities, we're saving in a lot of different ways in the budget. And so the actual fund balance, we're expecting to have it higher than what was anticipated. And so we predict to actually have, let's go to the next slide. This is just the contribution for special ed and routine restricted maintenance. And so if you remember the report that we brought to you back in March for second interim report, we were thinking to end around $51 million. This ending fund balance takes us into $75 million, which is great news to try to mitigate any of the cuts that could be coming to us next year. The fact that we had frozen, and if you remember, we came to you for authorization to just kind of slow the spending down, try to minimize any hiring of vacancies unless it's really essential and we can't really live without in the meantime. All of that was really a good insight that helps us have a little bit of an edge to try to tackle this new crisis. And so I'm going to go in the next few slides and just let you know the detail of each category. So the non-spendable is revolving cash and stores, and that has not changed, and it's predicted to not change next year. And the next slide, please. The restricted side, we predict to have 32 million in the fund balance of these restricted categories, down to 18. The main categories here are redevelopment dollars, for example, that are being spent on facilities project already. So we expect to have more construction next year. That will deplete some of those dollars. And we also have a category for lottery, and that also is expected to be spent on adoptions next year. And so we go to the next slide. I'm not going over all of them, but if there's any questions, please let me know. As far as committed, we had committed some dollars for the increase in STRS and PERS. and we set aside dollars for LCAP textbook set aside. If you remember last year, we had made a decision, any leftover dollars in the supplemental concentration grant, we will allocate them in a specific way in order for us to cover areas that could not be covered on a regular basis in the budget: adoption, infrastructure, and devices. And so this is where we set aside some dollars for adoptions. And then the rest of the dollars go for deficit spending. Next slide, please. Assigned, again, those categories are actually defined by the state. So all of the categories that go under them is whatever the state asks us to put under assigned or committed or reserved for any other category. So these are assigned categories. This is where we also put infrastructure dollars or any LCAP dollars that are not spent. We go to the next slide, please. And the unassigned is reserved for economic uncertainties. Currently, we have $20 million. And this is a calculation of expenditures. So the higher the expenditures go, the higher this dollar amount has to be. And it's expected to be 21.3. Now, I'm going to go over the next few slides with the impact of May revision that actually changed what gets assigned to this calculation slightly. So I'll go over that. These are our other funds. And what we did here is we gave you what we predict their budget to be, what they will start with as a beginning fund balance, which is this year's ending fund balance, what the revenue is, expenditures, and what we think they'll end up with as an ending fund balance. And from the looks of it, it seems like we will be okay in these areas to continue to have them be self-sustaining. Now, in the cafeteria area, we have not really had final numbers to see exactly the impact. We believe by the time we implement the summer feeding program, that's going to be a lot more robust than an average year for summer feeding, because we will continue to offer at the same level that we're offering now, that we can recover some of the loss of revenue that we had lost in the last few months. And so we'll keep you updated with that once we finish that summer feeding program. And the next slide. This is where we go over multi-year projections. And if you remember last year, this time, we were very, very proud to have gone through a process that gave us 5 years of stability and got us on track to be with a proper reserve level. And we were balancing our budget to continue to keep that. And everything kind of went in a totally different direction with COVID-19. And so this is the total monthly year projections that is for 3 years. We're required to take it for 3 years. So this year, 1920, is only to give you a comparison. And 2021, 22, and 22-23 is the required AB 1200 multi-year projections. We predict that we will have negative 14.3. This changed drastically with May revision because the cuts were a lot more severe than we had anticipated when we prepared this report. And I'll go over a revised multi-year projection. But at the time we prepared this, we also wanted to show you unrestricted, which is the next slide. So for unrestricted dollars, you'll see we have this year, again, because of the freeze on expenditures, 43.2 unrestricted dollars. Now, it is assigned in different categories. It's committed in different categories. But once we start a process to give you solutions to how we're going to mitigate this crisis, we will be probably tapping into some of these categories and bringing recommendations. But it'll be based on a collaborative effort with a financial stabilization committee. For next year, it's expected to be at $30 million ending fund balance. Again, that's when it changed. So I'm just going to briefly just show you what we had predicted and showed finance committee. But since then, things have changed. So I'll go through and go in more detail in the next few slides. The next slide is restricted. Restricted is stable because usually when they do any reductions to grants, what we end up doing is downsizing that grant to the right level and continue to keep it self-sustaining. So we don't expect that we will have a lot of changes in the restricted area that will impact the fund balance. And let's go to the next slide. And this is another question I think is going to be answered from the public questions is, how is what we have in this report different from what the May revision is? And so the May revision was released on May 14th. And the next, if we can move to the next slide, we're going to show you the new assumptions that this May revision is going to require us to build the June budget based on. So I mentioned earlier that we took the COLA out of this budget year. That was 2.29 at the time. Well, they came up with a 10% reduction. So we have to now go back to the report and take the rest of the 10%. And that will be implemented. Now, 2.29% was $9 million when we took that out of the budget. So you can see how the budget was really in very good shape when you take $9 million, take it out of all 3 years and still be able to have a good, somewhat stable budget. With 10% reduction is another 30 million to what we just cut. And so when we do that, the budget is going to look much more drastic. They also gave us a relief though from STRS and PERS increases. So they've lowered those rates from 18.4 for next year to 16.15. So 2% increase is significant. And for PERS from 22.67 to 20.7. So now when you saw that we have to take $30 million more, you can count on 5.8 million to offset that because that was a relief as a measure, as a flexibility. They also increased special education based funding rates. At the time, this was in the January budget, but because we didn't know exactly how it was going to be implemented and whether or not there was going to be strings attached, we did not really budget for it. So this, now that it's still in the budget and people are supporting it, we will add that revenue to our revenue. So you can also count on that to help towards the extra deficit. And then they gave us authority to not consider the STRS on behalf. Do you remember this accounting entry that I used that we were required to have in the budget and we still are required to have in the budget? STRS on behalf. So they put allow us to put a revenue dollar amount and an expenditure dollar amount, which is to take on the liability or part of the liability at the state level for the retirement systems. Now, when you put that in the calculation, when you're calculating routine restricted maintenance, it really used to overstate it. And it used to bother me. And I think I've talked about it several times in the board meetings that it's overstating our routine restricted maintenance. And so what they did here is they allowed us to take it out of the calculation. And so we don't have to send to the routine restricted maintenance any more than the true expenditures of our district, which is going to help by approximately $1 million towards the actual additional deficit. And one other thing that they did is our governor actually authorized some of the CARES Act that was sent to him to be spent with his discretion to still be used for schools. And so there'll be about $4.4 billion from the state level CARES Act, and that will be sent to schools. Now, there's a lot of controversy on how they have proposed to allocate it, because he really wanted to make sure that we spend it on the most vulnerable students. And in his mind, those are the students on the unduplicated count, the concentrated level. So that means the district has more than 55% of that category of students. So that district has a poverty level above average. And so he wanted to spend it on a third on special education and a third on the concentration grant districts. Now, if you remember the LCFF, when it first came about, everybody was really not happy with it not being equitable in their mind, because not many districts, like within the same county, a district could be at 27% unduplicated, so they won't receive concentration grants, and another district could be at 90%, and they will receive between 55 and 90% for concentration grants. So it's in some of the advocates minds, it's unfair, it's not equitable. So they're pushing really hard on that category. What we decided to do is not put it in the budget, and probably won't put it in the budget for June until we know exactly how it's going to be allocated. And if it does actually reach an agreement between the legislators and the governor before the time that we can wrap up our budget, we will include it with that information. Next slide. So these are our updated assumptions. So instead of having 0 in 2021, we have a additional negative that's over 7% that we have to add to our revenue. And we changed the STRS and PERS numbers. Next slide. So now we go to the multi-year projections. And if everything stays the same between now and June 16th, well, we have to actually wrap it up a week in advance in order to publish it for our board meeting. These are the numbers that you will see. Some things might change slightly as we learn more about other categories that can help the deficit. But instead of having a negative 14 in the third year, we're now at negative $81 million and as a total. In the unrestricted side, which is the next slide, we have negative 89. So how could it be in total 81 and just unrestricted is negative 89? It's because it's using the restricted dollars on the next slide. And so we have approximately $7.6 million that's positive because that did not change much and offset some of the dollars for the deficit of the unrestricted side. And I think this is our last slide. I know I went quickly, but I think let's go through some of the questions. I think we answered some of them through this presentation, but we'll just verify with Kirsten and then take it to the board, Mrs. Alavi, or would you like me to go through the board first?
Let's take it to the board first, and then we will make sure we get all those questions answered. Do any of the board members have any questions at this time?
I have a question. Brent does.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry if I jumped in front of anybody. So Mrs. Kakish, I mean, knowing what we do know, at least in general, I mean, what steps can we take in preparing for what we know is going to be significant cuts? I know we have to negotiate contracts with our 2 bargaining units, but aside from that, I mean, what steps can we take to start cutting, finding savings to prevent, any other further drastic programmatic problems?
Yep. See.
Well, one thing we're going to try to do immediately, and they actually recommended it today by School Services of California, is
a good idea. I'm not picking on.
We will freeze expenditures to the best of our ability as far as hiring for vacancies. They did recommend that we really analyze any vacancy hiring and making sure that we know what's coming before we actually authorize those. So that's one thing that we continue to discuss in cabinet and continue to analyze on the classified side and uncertificated side. We have to go through all of the what they called a low-hanging fruit first in order for us to be able to partner with our bargaining units leaders and sit down and talk about real solutions that are going to really fix this. But if we don't do our due diligence in making sure from our point of view, changing our practices in a way, I think this opportunity gave us a lot of ideas. There's dollars that get spent on conferences that could be done virtually now. There's dollars that could be spent on certain categories that could be done in a different way to cost us less. So I think this was an opportunity for us to do business differently. We will be creative enough to learn best practices across the board within our county and the state and implement all of these cost saving measures. And then what our process will be is similar to what we went through before, which is convening the Financial Stabilization Committee that actually has a date on the calendar already for June 23rd. And the reason why we waited till June 23rd is we want to adopt a budget with the numbers that we are going to all agree on. And then we study the solutions from that perspective. We don't want to be using different numbers and changing those numbers on them by the time the state finishes negotiation. Although I'm not optimistic that they will finish by June 16th, I'm optimistic that we'll know a bit better whether what was presented in the May revision is actually what's going to be agreed upon. You can tell from the negotiations and how it's gone. So that will be our process. There is a window, for example, I want to comfort everybody because the Finance Committee discussed one topic, actually not necessarily the Finance Committee, but a meeting that our bargaining units leaders were present at with members that sit on the Finance Committee. They asked about the layoff for August window. As you know, when the state of California reduces the level of revenue by more than 2% in the middle of the year or in a surprise like what we're going through right now, it triggers automatically a window for August for layoffs for certificated staff, because there's only one opportunity that you could do for certificated staff, which is on March 15th on a regular basis. Now, that is coming up very soon. And a lot of districts that did not have a 5-year of a balanced budget are going to exercise that window. One thing will not be in the process, I believe, from cabinet perspective, we will not be recommending that to you to go through that process because of the fact that we believe we can, even with the $30 million additional reduction, we still believe will be positive, at least not proper level of reserve, but we will meet our obligations if we needed to. Now, we're probably going to be implementing a lot of reductions anyways, but I just don't want to build a budget and have it be premature before a collaborative process. And so we're just fortunate enough, going back to Mr. Hunt's information and his comments, that this district really took the time 3 years ago to start the process of balancing this budget to a place that puts us in a better than other districts. Doesn't really make it any better, right? We're still going to do very hard decisions, but it puts us in a better place to have a planning period for that versus having to react in a August layoff and add to what's going on in the economy, to the unemployment that's going on right now. So that's one thing that I think will not be part of that process, at least for the near future, Mr. Lee. But I do know that something will be inevitable as far as affecting our staff across the board, management, classified, and certificated. There's got to be some way of reducing our expenditures. Now, our intention would be to whatever solution we come up with that doesn't involve layoff, but it takes a partnership between both the leadership of a union and the leadership of the district to get to that level. And I believe that people have learned from the 2008-9, not pandemic, but a crisis, financial crisis, different kind of crisis, that ultimately districts had to cut, and they were severe cuts. But the districts that had collaborative decision-making process ended up with much lower cuts because they did them much quicker than other districts that went to fact-finding and impasse and did the cuts after the fact. They ended up taking double or triple the cuts. And so I believe that people have learned from that experience. It did not go without having the opportunity to learn from it and not go and do the same mistakes this year. So these discussions are already happening with our leaders, and we're fortunate to know that they really are engaging with those discussions in such enthusiasm that the district is going to do whatever they can to prevent knee-jerk reaction, but we also are relying on them to come and be partners with us on the table to come up with solutions.
Thank you. Mr.
Long
Lee.
answer, but
No, that's okay. Mr. Lee, did you have a further question?
No, thank you, Mrs. Kakish.
Okay, Dr. Hanson.
Yes, thank you, President Alavi. And thank you, Ms. Kakish. I just wanted to reiterate a couple things that she has said. And I commend the board because we've been 2 years in this process of really taking a look at our budget, and we stopped our deficit spending. And you recall last year we implemented $11.5 million worth of cuts. And this year, as we started the school year, we called for what we refer to as managed hiring, not quite a freeze, but managed hiring, where we looked at every single position from the noontime playground monitor to the manager. And because we were careful and completed managed hiring, we see, as Ms. Kakish presented earlier, $12 million that we didn't spend this year that fell into the fund balance. And so that's, of course, one-time dollars, but the 12 million from this year, the 11.5 million that we did last year, that's why you see us ending this budget with the $48 million, if you will, in the good. And if they do cut the 30 million from us, as they say they will, we do really have next year as a planning year. But I get what Trustee Lee said. Anything we can implement quickly turns into double savings future years. And let me just reiterate again what I said in my superintendent's comments. You see the May revised based upon early results. Of course, now before the June adoption, it needs to go before both the legislative bodies. It will change. And then to hear that 70% of the state budget is based on income tax returns, that's July the 15th. And so what we see, where we start is not where we're going to end. And, you have the governor saying 54 billion projections to the state budget. You have the LAO office saying, no, it's going to be more than the 30 plus billion. And then you'll have reality that happens in July. So I have complete confidence in the leadership of the board, of course, the cabinet, and our business office as they lead us down this path to make the proper reductions while doing our best to save jobs and save programs and to stay as far away from the classroom as possible. So even though this, as I mentioned, shocking, because Ms. Kakish and I were meeting late Friday night after this is posted, we do know that this is going to be one of 3 budgets that we're going to bring back to you. The second one being in June, and the third one being after the July income tax returns come in. So we are prepared to pivot any which way we need to, but we are in really good shape because of the 2 years of foresight and the managed hiring that we have done in RUSD. So I just wanted to add those comments to what Ms. Kakish already presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Locke Dawson.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. I just thank you, Mrs. Kakish, for doing such a thorough deep dive on this and giving us, as usual, it's a bit of a moving target right now. So as I mentioned in my previous comments, imperfect information and calculated risks, which is what this is all about. I did also want to commend you for mentioning that you will be including our employee groups in helping with the solution, because I do think that's really vital, as I think they're going to be the most impacted by it. So being able to have everybody at the table to come up with solutions is going to be very important. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Dr. Farouk?
Before I comment, it seems that we had another public comment submitted while we were talking. So I don't know if
We will be getting that in a minute.
Oh, okay. So, I echo Dr. Hansen's comments that I think the foresight of us taking those measures in terms of the managed hiring process, in terms of doubling the reserve requirement, the financial stabilization committee, I think all those things give us time to absorb the losses of the very severe losses of revenue that are anticipated, where we won't have to do it all at once and immediately in this year. But as Trustee Lee mentioned, obviously we need to start planning and making those adjustments now. I just have a few comments. So one is, the financial stabilization process, I think, obviously was very successful in our ability to ensure we protect our workers through that process. In light of just how severe this new situation is, are there any adjustments that, Ms. Kakish, that you're suggesting that we approach that committee differently in light of this situation? Obviously, the spirit of working hand in hand with our collective bargaining and everything, the spirit of all those things would maintain. But I'm just curious if there's anything that you would want to approach it differently. That's one question.
So yeah, there is options. As I mentioned before, because the state has used all of the tactics that they've used as flexibility from the previous recession 10 years ago, they've also reminded us of all of the options that we could use as solutions. Now, some of the options that was used in the past, for example, furlough days, which is a reduction to the work year, whether it's certificated or classified, the state right now has not given the same flexibility of reducing the work year for certificated. So if you implement furlough days, there's very limited amount you could do for certificated employees, it would be unequitable to implement something like this and not be able to implement it equally within or equitably within the employee units. So what we're trying to do is advocate that if we are going to have to take reductions to salaries, and if they need to be associated with furlough days, that the state gives us flexibility. If you remember, I think they went down from 180 to 175 in the past, and kept it as a flexibility for a few years until we started to recover. There's also a negotiation that would take place there in a lot of different areas of the contract. I know Ms. Ibarra and I will be working with our negotiation management team to try to prepare and have a cost analysis for things that we could do within the contract language that could be relaxed for a temporary period of time. We will try to do our best to assure our bargaining units that our contracts that we have in place right now, we are all behind them, because they're really good contracts, and we both worked on making sure that they are the articles in there are for the best interest of the employees and the students and the district. Now, when we have to relax in some of those articles, we have to also put some good contingency language to, when we recover, we start to address these and restore some of these articles. So we'll have to do a lot of cost analysis. There's multiple areas, multiple options. It takes a lot of creativity to find the right solutions that work for Riverside Unified School District. And it's going to take a lot of massaging and throwing out those ideas. But the process that is followed on the table is interest-based process. All of our teams are trained in that process. And it really, in my opinion, I'm an interest-based advocate. It really yields outcome that is best for all parties when you're having to care about the interests of the students, having to care about the interests of the employees. So I think that process is going to be good for us to find solutions within the contracts. The fact that it's 10% of revenue, $40 billion to our district in 1 year out of a $500 million budget, it's going to touch people. But what we're hoping is that it touches people temporarily and they recover, and hopefully that we don't have to touch people and send them outside of our district and add to the economy problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. I still had another question. So one, I think the more that the board can just be in the loop on what the perspective of our bargaining units are throughout this process, obviously we appreciate that. The other thing is that and maybe there's too much uncertainty to answer this properly, but we know that whenever schools do reopen, that there's going to be new costs associated with the new policies that are going to be adhered to for public safety and so forth. Obviously, none of that is being factored in currently in the line items in the budget. Do we have any sense of range of what we would anticipate these additional measures to cost? And I just want to make sure at a minimum we're preparing to incorporate that in the savings that we're going to need to be required to have a balanced budget in those years to come.
So you're right, there's conversations about all of these. As far as answers, we don't have exact answers because we don't really know the plan yet. But our teams are putting some scenarios in place, and they will be costed out, each scenario. And once we have that information and we actually make decision through the Board of Education on which plan we will take, we will definitely incorporate that in the budget and address it as far as solutions.
Thank you.
Good. Now, are there any further questions? Okay. My quick question before we go back to public comments is, I was listening very carefully to the governor when he was speaking. You already mentioned that he has already said that he would protect the concentration areas that we have, that we currently give to students who have special needs. But he also mentioned special education, didn't he? That we would be protected with special education?
Yes, actually, so he protected what he had proposed in January. If you remember, in January, we talked about an increase to the base grant for specifically for special education enrollment. And we had thought, first we thought it was too good to be true. And then we thought, okay, it's January, it might come with strings attached and we're not going to budget it. We were leery about it. He came out and confirmed that he would like to continue to push for that proposal. And so we're going to be preparing a budget with an increased base grant for special education. And a lot of people are so happy that the state is listening to us, because that has been one of our legislative platform, as you know, we've advocated along with the Riverside County. And I think they listened and it came through.
Excellent. Now we're going to return to Ms. Reno Frosto. I think you have a new comment card, as well as going over the earlier one from Mr. Kinnear and making sure we've answered some of those questions.
Yes, Mrs. Alavi. The new comment from Marcelino Peña. How will cost savings caused by COVID-19 closures be used to ensure equity for students forced to do long distance learning? Will these cost savings be used to purchase upgrades to the laptops the students are provided to do long distance learning?
I'm going to try my best on answering these questions because I'm not necessarily the only decision maker. I'm just a member that gives recommendation to the full group to make decisions. I really doubt that we will probably be spending money on devices to upgrade while we're trying to protect actual positions and people. And so to the best of our ability, we'll try to protect the category from one-time funds that we've set aside for those, to try to keep that at least in the pot to replace the ones that might be lost and repair the ones and maybe add if there's any additional enrollment. But as far as district-wide to try to upgrade, I don't see that in the near future, but I do see that our district has always done good planning to try to mitigate that in the future. Because again, our interest will be to protect positions.
Thank you. Now, if you'll read some of those other questions, we'll just make sure they were answered.
Yes. From Dale Kinnear, question 1. To what degree is this budget report congruent with Newsom's May revise? Official guidance from the State Department of Education recommended school districts run different scenarios depicting uncertain budget assumptions. Did RUSD do this? And can these scenarios be shared?
Yeah, and I think by adding the few slides, our public can see the difference between the report that was prepared, again, with no information. With the additional slide, we try to give you the comparison between May revision and what was prepared. We'll continue to do that at the adoption in June.
Question 2. Why is it difficult to estimate 2019 and 2020 revenues and expenditures late in the month of May? Is the 1920 data pre-COVID?
The 1920 is not pre-COVID. It's actually information with after the information of the crisis, of the financial crisis in particular. And so the report that was prepared took the cost of living adjustment out. And the reason why it's still not accurate is because of the receipts of income tax returns that is not going to be finalized until July 15th. And it affects the 1920 school year.
Question 3, what reduction in certificated staff have you taken as a result of declining enrollment and the estimated loss of revenue?
So for declining enrollment, we adjust staffing to the ratios that are contracted between us and our CTA bargaining unit. So we go back and we recalculate all of the class sizes based on the new enrollment. And so we've taken those positions. Usually those are not necessarily layoffs because there's changes that happens and there's attrition within our district. And so we take care of that reductions through attrition. And that has already taken place back in November. And our district, if you remember, you offered an incentive for our staff to give you your retirement or resignations by January 15th in order for you to plan for that. So that has taken place already with our HR department.
And Ms. Kakishis, Dr. Hansen, let me add that I know that we offered that incentive for early retirement a year ago. And I think if I remember the numbers right, we had 164 accept that, and we only hired less than 100 back. So we collapsed 60 plus positions before going into this year. So Ms. Kakishis is right. We adjust staffing We try to avoid layoffs as we have based on enrollment and different incentives that we've provided.
Go ahead, Ms. Verino Frosto.
Question 4. The COVID-19 pandemic has many implications, some of which are included in this report. However, cash flow is also significant. In light of Newsom's proposed deferrals with payment from the state, to what degree is RUSD in a position to handle these deferrals?
So we have run the cash flow, and actually it's included in the report that is published so people can take a look at it. We believe that we will end this year with no borrowing that we need to do from outside of our agency. We are anticipating deferrals for the next May and June of 2021. That's already anticipated with the May revision that was published on the 14th of May. That particular deferral, depending on what we do with solutions, if we end up doing some solutions that will be impacting this 2021 school year, we might be able to mitigate the cash flow. If nothing happens in the next year and all of the solutions happens after that, we will need to borrow for May and June because we would dip into the cash flow into the negative. So we have a full year of cash that will sustain us to meet all of our obligations, even with the over $500 million budget. And we will make sure that we're ready for the May and June, whether it's through solutions of cuts or whether we borrow what they call a tax revenue anticipation notes. We will bring that to the board for authorization.
Question 5, is the estimated $5+ million loss of LCFF unrestricted income before the May revise, or is it only due to 0% projected COLA and the decline in enrollment?
It's both, and we explained that at that slide, actually.
Question 6, what aggressive steps are we using to counter declining enrollment in light of the closure of the charter school Encore? How many RUSD students were enrolled in Encore? If we aggressively recruited them back to RUSD, what would be the estimated increase in revenue? And that's the final question.
Ms. Kakish, this is Dr. Hansen, if I can jump in briefly.
Sure.
Appreciate that comment or that question because we've been very concerned about the kids at Encore. There was a difficult thing for them to learn to lose their school. But we did a couple things. We sent a letter home to the Encore students, letting them know how to enroll in our district. And then in addition, the second thing, under the leadership of our leader of VAPA, Anne-Marie Guzzi at the district office, she rallied all of our VAPA teachers at all the schools, and they personally made phone calls to every one of their houses and inviting them to come be part of RUSD, letting them know the different programs we have. And so of course, we're going to aggressively recruit the kids. We're just not going to sit back and not open the doors and welcome them into our communities. So it was a given. That was done before, I think, the first week. And then I'll let Ms. Kiki speak about ADA, because essentially for every 100 kids, I think it's $1 million to our district, but I'll let you talk about that more, Ms. Kakish.
So we believe that we had about 200 students in Encore out of their enrollment. We ended up adding to our enrollment 195 in our projections. Now, whether that happens or not, we'll adjust as we move. But with what Dr. Hansen has mentioned, we believe that the students will choose Riverside to be their district. And we've added that into the enrollment conservatively. We did lower the ADA to accommodate for another layer of conservative revenue.
Excellent. Thank you very much for answering all those questions. I'll go back to the board one final time. Is there anybody that would like to speak? If not, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you. I don't interrupt you. Ms. Keys, thank you for that report. And, again, as my colleagues have said, I'm very appreciative and proud that we've done this advanced planning. I joined the board in 2008 or just 2007 December with Mrs. Alvey there, and 3 months later we started cutting $105 million from a $440 million budget, which was very painful to watch the layoffs and all of that. To be able to prevent that is great. Ms. Keach, I'm going off the last Fridays. I know that it's been updated since then. So pardon me if I missed something. Just want to ask you to talk a little bit about a couple of things. PERS and SPURS, how are we, I think the governor brought that down from the original, and but how are we prepared to meet that at this time, and where are we on our PERS and SPURS?
So we had budgeted higher than what the rates came in the May revision. We will be putting back in the budget $5.4 million because the governor had just lowered the rates by approximately 2% in both areas. So 5.4 impact. We have already budgeted for that in all the years. And so our solution that we will come up with will incorporate that to make sure that it stays in the budget.
Thank you. Just a few more, just as, because this was online and I know folks will look at it, there's just going to be some questions I want to ask them for them, I think. I'm looking at and it may have changed, Ms. Keish, the budget report 2000, it's not a number on the page, 2020-21 general fund summary.
Okay.
And it says the redevelopment right now in our actuals in 1920, it was 15 million, 0.3. But we're looking at the budget of 6.1. What's the difference? I mean, how did that happen? Is this the roll down or?
This is the project at Grant Elementary School and the project at Palm Site. And so we expect to have majority of the construction be done. And that's why the funds will be depleted in the next year.
And the mental health service is going from 8 to about 6.
These are the planned expenditures also from mental health dollars on the center that we opened for psychological services, if you remember. We had anticipated that the dollar amount that was sitting in the budget, it was accumulating, needed to be spent in the right area to provide mental health to our special education population, and that is being spent on that center.
And just, I mean, there's some others that are interesting, but why is the lottery going down by, about half?
It's not the revenue going down. This is the fund balance being spent. We had targeted that dollar amount for adoptions, and Educational Services has adopted a plan for adoptions, and they will be spending some of these dollars next year on textbooks adoptions or curriculum adoptions in general, because it's now online.
Well, it's going to be an interesting budget process, Mrs. Alavi. Thank you. Ms. Keish, thank you for your comments, your answers.
Thank you. I think we have now come to the end of our public hearing. So I will call that to be closed, and we will move forward to our study session. Our first topic is related to COVID-19. Ms. Rena Froster, do we have any comments for that?
Yes, Mrs. Alavi, we have 2 comments. The first one is Megan Larkin. I am strongly opposed to distance learning in the fall. This is not a way for my 3 children or anything children to live and learn. They need social interaction and they need in-person teaching. They have missed so much these past few months. It's sad what we are doing to these children and their education. It's shameful. No to distance learning. And the next one is Matt Bushman. Members of the board, my name is Matt Bushman. I grew up attending RUSD schools. My wife taught in the system for several years, and I currently have a 2nd grader at JFK. We have 3 other children also on lockdown with us, so even though my wife is a stay-at-home former teacher, we are not able to provide the attention that our student needs. I can't imagine how difficult distance learning is for families with multiple kids or where the caregivers have to work full-time. Distance learning does not work for us and many families like us. In reviewing the COVID-19 board update on the agenda today, I would say that the estimated 83% participation in distance learning is not accurate. Our class's most recent distance learning stats show 6 students out of 22 have been regularly participating in the curriculum, 27%. I can't imagine RUSD being satisfied with an estimated 83% attendance, let alone 27% of actual attendance we have been experiencing. Perhaps a better question to ask your teachers is not if a student logged in, but rather if they think they have learned all of the material planned for this year. How do we even know if it will work next year? We are not even taking any tests to assess how well everyone is learning this year. I understand that the schools were shut down based on early projections, widespread fears, and direction for other governing bodies. Sweden and Australia have proven that schools can safely remain open, and I hope that RUSD looks to successful models wherever they can be found and open up our schools. Schools exist to educate our children in the best way possible, and distance learning is not best. Our family has already begun to discuss alternatives should distance learning be implemented in fall. I am asking for this board to consider the severe limitations of distance learning, especially for elementary age students, and do everything in its power to open schools in the fall. Please advocate for opening up with other school boards, the county task force, and in your interactions with other governing bodies. There is no guarantee that any treatment or vaccine will become available, let alone anytime soon. So when would it end? Another year? 2? Schools have always been a source of transmitting diseases, and this was always considered a known and acceptable risk to educate our kids. I trust that this board will make wise and safe decisions in reopening schools, so please open up the schools this fall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're all very empathetic for people who are trying to do it all at home. Now we will have the report. Mr. Walker, are you prepared to deliver this report?
Mrs. Alavi,
Oh.
we have a team ready. It's okay. So
Very good.
if our tech folks can please put up the presentation for us. Thank you, Jeff. All right, next slide. And again, appreciate the public comments. It has been a very difficult and an interesting, as I mentioned in my comments, end of this school year. And again, very grateful for the patience of the community and certainly for the amazing maturity that our students have shown. This evening's topics board are going to be those 5 there. We're going to go through a few of them. When we talk about some distance learning and end of year graduation, we have Dr. Jamie Angulo, who's going to join me. And then I'll also talk about the start of the year that we just heard about in the public comment. Next slide, please. So you've seen we have continued to feed our children breakfast and lunch. This is through last week. That's a big number. One that I am really very impressed with all of our nutritional folks and the school sites. There are 15 locations that are there serving daily. But I don't want it to fall light either on what the board made a decision to take care of so much other people in the community. You see our seniors there with Meals on Wheels, the 5,000+ that we have delivered to them. We continue to take care of a local daycare center in downtown and our 2 shelters to include Salvation Army. Next slide. And what you've seen on this next slide is since we have implemented a 2-day pickup, Monday you pick up for Monday and Wednesday, Tuesday, and Wednesday you pick up for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we're averaging just over 90,000 meals each week. And so just here in 2 weeks, you know, we're going to be over that million mark. And so again, grateful that we're able to provide this service. And we received good news lately. We received a grant from the federal government for just over 200,000. I think it's around 240. That's going to allow us to continue this same meal service all through the summer months. And so we'll continue to be at the 15 locations, our 4 parks, the 2-day meal service pickup that we have now. We'll keep that going through summer. And I know that Ms. Kakish today reached out and talked to Feed Across America, wanting to partner with us. That's also very good news. We're grateful to our president of our ELAC district-wide DLAC committee, Mariella, who put us in contact with their director. We're having conversations now. How can you even expand the food services provided with Feed Across America, just not the meals, but food that can be stored in a homeless pantry and things such as that. So we look forward to giving you updates on the near future with that board. Next slide, please. Right here, I will let Dr. Angulo come on and talk about distance learning. I know that there's a comment with that earlier, and Jamie, as you do that, if you can please again define how we have described distance learning participation rate and who is completing this each week for us, please.
Yes, absolutely. So good evening, Dr. Hansen, President Alavi, and members of the board. So we are starting our 6th week of distance learning The numbers before you are the participation rates for the first 4 weeks of distance learning by level and overall. You can see there's a slight decrease each week, but overall very high participation. But just as Dr. Hansen mentioned, I do want to remind the board that participation for each week means that the student did something related to distance learning. For example, the student could have participated in a Google Meets or completed one assignment or participated in an activity. The student does not need to complete all or even most of the assignments to be counted. The teachers report the data on a spreadsheet each week. The goal was to document, of this document was to track students that are connected in some way. It was not a measurement of what learning was achieved or the quality of work being done. And so those are the students that are connected in some way, like I said, as little or as much, but at some way each week connected. So if we do need to open up the school year with some form of distance learning, hybrid, partial, no matter what it looks like, we would definitely develop a tool to monitor the learning that takes place. But the goal of the distance learning participation form was to see and to measure how many students were connected and checking in and participating in some way for each week.
Ms. Angulo, there is a question. Dr. Farouk?
Thank you, President Alavi. So I understand how you're defining the student participation, and I'm also aware that many school districts, just the amount of adjustment to establish an internal online distance platform and all the adjustments that people are making, that many school districts don't even have the metric that we're citing about participation, whether, in terms of some level of engagement. So I'm aware that that's kind of like the baseline of what we're dealing with. That being said, though, since we have now had a chance to establish and we have some kind of baseline to work with, are we aspiring to get a sense of the quality of education, of adoption from these students, and the deeper degree of learning that's being conducted besides, this very high level way that we're defining participation? Is that something we're aspiring to do? And what's the feasibility of us being able to capture that? I know the school year is almost over now, but I just wanted to get a sense of what our goal with that is.
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. I think as we have learned through each week and when we started this, as I said, the goal was to reach out to students who aren't participating so we could make sure we connected with all of them and had a really good understanding why they weren't participating and could encourage. But yes, absolutely, we do want to look at whether or not we are going to be in distance learning or not, how we're going to shift to monitor that, which will require us going back and look and discussing with principals and teachers if there is a way to go back and see the level of participation. We have not gone through and developed what that would look like, or even if it would be just a smaller group to get a sample size to see what that would be. But we do, now that we have this data and we're able to move forward, we can definitely go back and take a look and do a further deep analysis on that.
Dr. Farouk, do you have further questions?
Yeah, one more question. So with distance learning, I know that a lot of parents are obviously having frustrations, and some of the public comments mentioned that, but we know just anecdotally from what we've been hearing in the community, naturally this would be an adjustment and a challenge. I guess I know we've sent out notices and information on when we transition through these things, but I don't know if I recall off the top of my head, have we explicitly informed parents that, or maybe we should remind parents that the directives to close schools, one was made above our authority. How we handle that is something that we've had to manage. But then also just the aspect of the outlook as well in terms of the future. How much jurisdictional authority do we really have on these things? I think it might be good for the parents to be informed about that.
Yes, Dr. Farouk, that is very true. And matter of fact, there's a couple of slides in the presentation where I'm going to talk about the open school year and being a member of the county task force, because we are receiving direction. So we'll address that. Thank you, Dr. Fruh.
If you don't have any further questions, Mr. Lee?
Thank you. Some of the questions I had, Dr. Farouk asked. But yeah, I just want to empathize with the parents out there, and in particular the comment from Mr. Bushman, who I think I went to high school with him. I'm with you, Matt. It's tough. And I just was hoping that Dr. Angulo could share a little bit more about the voluntary nature of the distance learning participation, and kind of along the same lines, who made it voluntary, what are we allowed to require, and should we be in some kind of a distance learning, whether it's a hybrid or continuation of what we're doing now. What can we require of students to participate, to turn into work, to measure progress?
Yes, absolutely. When we entered into this after the school, the shutdown, we worked with RCTA and explored some options. We wanted to be very mindful that this is a different situation for students and for teachers, and knowing that with schools not being schools being closed, that teachers also had kids, and we just had to look at the situation as it was. So we were able to work out with our CTA a very good agreement that it is going to be completely voluntary for students, although highly encouraged. We kept communicating, schools were not closed, that we were communicating that we wanted students to participate. However, we fully understand that the situation of every student is different. And so for elementary, what we were putting out was 10 hours worth of instruction, curriculum, learning type of activities, and for secondary 12 hours. Now students could do above and beyond and do more, but that was the understanding of what teachers were going to be putting out there, and teachers did do office hours and those pieces, but everything was asynchronous due to the situation. But we wanted to make sure we were very flexible and understanding of teachers' needs and students' needs and parents' needs. And so we did go with the position of holding a hold harmless philosophy, that students would not be harmed in their grades in any way. And in fact, if they were able to participate and were able to show their understanding of the concepts and learning, that they could potentially raise their grade, but no one would go down further. But there was not a mandatory expectation that all students will participate, and that had been communicated with the families and the students. And I don't know if that addressed all of your questions. Did you have a second part to that, Mr. Lee?
Yeah, I think that addressed kind of looking backwards, but looking forwards, would it be within our decision-making ability to require students to participate in distance learning next year, and have some kind of a measurement to make sure students are learning and gaining knowledge and meeting the standards that are set forth in the curriculum?
Yeah, and that's a great question. And I know Dr. Hansen and a team of people, which I believe he's going to talk about in a few slides, are part of a county task force or a county group that's looking at what distance learning will, or in-person learning, just what the reopening of school will look like. And then we will also have an RUSD group that will look at that and probably have multiple options and multiple plans, which of course we would work with our CTA and CSTA as we're developing that, what that looks like. But I think as we take guidance from the county and our group, we will be able to bring back more information to you at a later date as to what we are able to move forward with.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt?
I'm working on it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Alavi. And Dr. Angulo, just a few questions I wanted to ask you and answer. I mean, one thing I do want to say to our public, and with all respect, schools are not closed, campuses are. Every one of our employees, particularly our education staff, are out there working. I talked to someone today who was at M&O teaching defensive driving and other safety things for aspects. Everybody's working. I do realize that this is, and we all realize, an unprecedented time, and the fatigue that is happening with the parents. I think we should try to do everything within our power. But as Dr. Farouk rightly said, this is controlled a lot by Sacramento, and it's equitable across the state. I do believe that we're in a time of a paradigm shift. I mean, that's in all sorts of sectors, and I believe distance learning will be part of education going forward, from pre-K through your bachelor's degree and more. And in fact, the other day, just of interest, the president of the Federal Employees Federal Employees Union, which is one of the largest in the United States, appeared before Congress and talked about that a poll of their employees, they like it. So it doesn't apply to schools, and they're going to do more of it, but we're going to see a real change, and distance learning will become part of it. I do commend, though, what the board's trying to do and what Dr. Hansen and his team's done to make it equitable. And we need to remember the constituency we serve in Riverside is largely working people and small businesses these days. And many households, there's two parents working, as there was when my girls were growing up in our house. So this is going to be difficult, and we must find ways to help. I'm glad we have a hotline, and I think that should become an expanded program that would have folks out there helping parents and even more. I did want to ask a specific question. There's many things I'm proud of as a board member, a trustee of this district, but one that always touched my heart is and has to be online, just won't work for these young people, is our project team. And to the people out in the audience listening in and watching, project team is it's a special education program for young people that have finished their high school, but they can stay with us through state law through age 22. And we help them, they're taught skills that are life skills, how to purchase, we're partners with CVS, and that's wonderful. CVS brings a small store in, the young people learn how to stock shelves because there's opportunities for them for jobs, and also learn how to buy. But my experience spending the day with them is that one time, and just amazing staff, is that it really is hands-on. It really is guiding them. And so I imagine long distance or distance learning isn't part of it. And I understand from a conversation I had with Dr. Hansen yesterday, they're allowed to stay with us through age 22, but we've lost a lot of precious time with them. And I would like us, and the state hasn't extended that yet, I would ask that we strongly consider, we have a lobbyist in Sacramento, ask his advice on who to approach. We should talk to the school boards that Angelo and I represent you on, Dr. Farouk and I, and CTA and Tony Thurman, our superintendent. We've got to make sure that this special group, I don't think there's more than 20 people in those, it's very small, but very precious group, and cannot use distance learning. We've got to find a way to help them. And I wanted to speak up for them, and we got to see if the governor will give an extra year. Again, very small classes up and down the state, wouldn't be that expensive, but it's very important. So I do believe, and I want Mr. Bushman to know that very dedicated to finding the right mix for our district and for our community. And I know that all my colleagues and I and this wonderful staff we have are committed to that. So I just want to share our people out there. I can only imagine how tough it is. And it's part of the reasons I have a little neighbor across the street that, she's doing it. And she tells me it's very difficult. And I want to thank the staff I've sent her to help her somewhat. So thank you very much, Mrs. Allaby. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Ms. Angulo, have you finished with your portion?
Actually, there's one more slide, so we could go to the next slide. So we also wanted to provide the board with a graduation update. So at the last board meeting update, we let you know that we are preparing for the virtual graduation that will take place on May 30th at 6 p.m. And the decision to move forward with the virtual graduation was based on feedback from our seniors and our community. And The plan was to provide a virtual ceremony for students during the week of their original graduation while still planning an in-person ceremony when it was safe to do so. We have since had another meeting with a group of seniors last week, along with activities directors, principals, Dr. Hansen, Dr. Lewis, and Board President Alavi. And the student feedback shifted to wanting an in-person ceremony now instead of waiting, even though they know it would look different. So they asked us to consider a drive-through graduation. And based on the recommendation, we have made the arrangement to have a safe, no contact drive-through graduation ceremony the week of May 26th at each school site, along with the virtual ceremony on May 30th at 6 p.m. So we are very excited to recognize and celebrate with our seniors as they graduate high school and to move on to the many more opportunities and experiences that are waiting them. So as far as the graduation update, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time on that.
Thank you. Do you want to just briefly explain to the public how that drive-through graduation works?
Yes, we have been finalizing all of the details, and they should have gone out to seniors and family members today. It would have been sent out today, but basically it's over several days depending on the site. So Arlington King North, I believe, is over 3 days, and for example, Arlington is 3 days from 2 to 7, and there'll be designated times by Alpha, which students would be told to come at a certain time. The students, it is 1 car per family, their immediate family member in the car. The students asked to wear their cap and gown and bring their family. Once they get to the school in a designated area, they'll be able to exit the car with a mask. Everybody will have a mask, and with an immediate family member, to where they'll be escorted to the stage where they will get their diploma cover, and we will have a professional photographer there to be able to take a picture. The family member that leaves with them there'll be a designated area where they can take pictures as well. They'll have their name called just like in a ceremony, and be able to, once they exit the stage, there'll be another area for a photography moment before they go back into the car with their family member and then leave, and then the next car will come up. So it'll be very safe, no contact, very organized, and we'll have a beautiful stage with the appropriate decorations, and the formality of it will be there as well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hunt, you had a question?
All right. Thank you. It's really Mrs. Alavi, it's to you. And I just want to, I know that at this time, because the graduation rate I'm going to talk about is at this time, we don't really know some of that because it's all sort of contributing factors. Our young people that have come out of our district and are going elsewhere, we can count them and all that. But I would like in the future, and I think it's a test of what we've been seeing from Ms. Angolu here about distance learning. What, we're proud that RUSD had the highest graduation rate, 97% of any of the 16 big districts in the state and in the Inland Empire. And it's a good test for all schools, but I'd like to really, when we can, to find out with Dr. Hansen and Ms. Carmen Day and Dr. Angulo as to where we're looking at where we'll end up. And even under all of this that we've gone through since March, how did we do? It will be a real, and I believe we'll do well. I believe it will be one of our finest hours, but I would like to find that out. I don't know if Dr. Hansen or Dr. Angulo would like to comment on that, but I appreciate the opportunity to ask the question.
Thank you. We will definitely get those graduation rates to you. Unless Dr. Hansen, you have any information about that?
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Let me just have you go to the next slide, and while Jeff is doing that, yes, I mean, graduations, they are official. They come out from the state, usually at the very first of the year in January. I wish it isn't as complicated as it is, but it also includes kids transferring in, kids transferring out. We need to verify all of that. And so we will get that and update the board as we go. But we have complete confidence that we'll continue to see the high graduation rates that we had this year is 97%. So, but we'll get information right when it's official from the state. This last slide really deals with the start of the school year. And I just want to update that because there's a lot of questions. I know that Trustee Lee said he gets that question the most. I think we all do get that question the most. If you work for schools, and if you're teaching kindergarten, your neighbors are asking you those kinds of questions. And so let me just share briefly where we're at. The Riverside County is holding a task force for all 23 districts. Every district could send 5 or 6. We have our 6. I'm one of those members. Renee Hill, our new Chief Academic Officer on July 1, has joined me. We have Ken Mueller with facilities, Shani Dahl representing principals, Kirsten Frosto representing pupil service and special ed, and Jessica Shields, one of our parents, representing parents. And we had our first meeting yesterday. And we are putting subcommittees. Those are in the blue right there at the screen, from fiscal impact all the way to the other side to early childhood education. We are going to be meeting 2 more times before the end of next week. There's going to be a document published the first week of June to give to all school districts in the county with guidelines. Some of the conversations for local decisions then be made as far as how to open up schools. However, things we're hearing is this. Of course, you have CDC putting out recommendations about if we do come back, it's distance learning and masks and temperature taking, some of those things that we see on news. We have talked about in our own district, we have our own committee, if you will, and that will be led by Ed Services and Dr. Ryan Lewis. But we need to have something for everyone. We guaranteed, because I've talked to them, we have parents who will not send their kids without a vaccine. And there's not going to be vaccines we're hearing until well into 21, maybe the end of 21. We have teachers, I know some personally, some administrators that cannot come because of maybe they're high risk, maybe they're transplant, heart transplant, maybe they're ... you finish it. We need to provide something for teachers to be able to do something from home because they cannot come to the school site. We have some students that are going to be able to come. They're going to be able to come if we can do the social distancing, and they're going to want to come and have school just as they remember it, but it's going to be on social distancing. There's been models of maybe only the kids come 20%, a 20-80 rule, where they come in groups, not as we know right now, 7.5 hours, but 20% chunks throughout the day and throughout the week. We have some kids who love the asynchronous model that we've been doing, and they want to be able to do their homework on Saturday morning at 2 in the morning and jump in once a week for office hours or twice a week. We have other kids that will be okay and they want to go online, but they want it real time in front of a teacher every time, the same time of the day with so many hours in front of that teacher. We will need to have something for everybody, staff and students, and that's the charge that the county's given. That's the charge that we're giving our task force. As I mentioned, that document's going to come out from the county the first week of June. I suspect we'll have more to tell you at our mid-June board meeting, but certainly by that July board meeting, we'll have a lot more, which is still a month before school, which is really good as we continue to put plans in place. But again, whether it's asynchronous, online, real time, they will all be graded. They need to all be graded. We need to show that we're meeting the markers and the indicators and things such as that to prepare our kids. Attendance will be taken, but it will be something for everyone. And we're going to need to accommodate. So not a lot to share with you right now, except for probably the most important takeaway is if you'll realize it's going to be that July window when we really now begin to roll this out to the community. I know that I mentioned last time we heard that the LA said they're opening up school mid-August. Well, I learned that no, not really. It's only for their staff. They're spending 3 weeks training all the teachers how to do online. And the kids aren't going to come back until September, and there are going to be a variety of ways in which they come back, of course, with distance learning and masks and temperatures being taken for those that do come back in person. So we're all in this together. Dr. Judy White, our county superintendent, is leading this task force. You're going to see some consistency to some regards across the entire county, from out to the Arizona borders, I guess, to here Western Riverside, which is the end of Corona. And we're working together as superintendents and teachers and parents and all working hard. So I'll come back with an update as we have another task force later this week and then next week, and that report's going to come out the first week of June. So something for everyone. And again, future announcements to be made in a little over a month. So I see that there's a couple comments from boards. I'll delete my mic and I'll let you, Miss Alavi, call on the board members.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Dr. Hansen, for that update. a couple questions in regards to that task force. What is the goal? Like, what do we anticipate is going to be the end product that's going to result from that task force? Are we going to be required to abide by the recommendations that this task force comes up with? Are these suggestions? And then my last question is, are any other of the districts that are representative have a board member as part of the task force?
Great questions, Trustee Lee. Their guidelines, much like they put out the guidelines for graduation, drive-through, virtual, whatnot, they're going to be guidelines. And then clearly, Dr. White continues to say that there needs to be local decisions because every school board knows their community and every school board and community is different. So why we have those guidelines, that's why at the same time we have this committee on the leadership of ed services that's going to continue to work through that. So guidelines more than requirements. Now, I just learned in the meeting yesterday that there were a few board members that reached out to Dr. White last minute on Sunday or Monday morning, and they did develop a subcommittee that you don't see here in blue, and it was for governance. It's a governance subcommittee. I know that Steve Hovey, who is the assistant superintendent over personnel at the district office, or excuse me, at the county office, is also a board member out in Beaumont, I believe, and he was the leader of that. He reported out from the subcommittee that there's maybe 4 in attendance, and it was very, very small, and that was just put together last minute. I have not heard that that is going to grow. I certainly could reach out to Dr. Edwin Gomez, the deputy superintendent, or Dr. White, but it was a last minute, as of Sunday night, Monday morning subcommittee that they threw together, and very, very few governance team. And it was really on, as Steve Hovey report out for that subcommittee, they provided how they can support their staff in implementing these guidelines. It was more of that kind of discussion. But if you'd like more, I can certainly do that. And they did not open the invitation up for any other governance people to be part of that. They did say, though, that the few that were on there were just presidents from, I think 4 presidents from 23 of our school districts were part of that.
A couple follow-up questions, please. So just to clarify, the end product that this task force is going to produce is guideline recommendations for districts to consider to adopt next year in the fall. And then my second follow-up question, you know, I don't know that I'm asking about governance for board members. I just think that board members have a different perspective and are held responsible to a different level. I mean, our lens is truly policy, and I don't know what could be more of a policy decision than this. I mean, this is outside the purview. I mean, it partially is the purview of, you know, how we teach kids, but it has to do with keeping the community safe, keeping staff safe, keeping parents, kids safe. So I don't know if I feel like that perspective could be missing. And I think it would be nice to have, you know, Mrs. Allaby or somebody from the board to at least be present to make sure that we're not missing anything. I mean, I agree that everyone you've selected to be a representative from our district is more than capable and great leaders. I just think it's a little bit odd that there's no board members from any districts participating in a task force that are ultimately going to decide whether or not to implement the guidelines that they're coming up with.
Thank you. And perhaps that's why they put together that last minute task or that last minute subcommittee. So I hear you. I will certainly follow up either tonight or first thing in the morning with Dr. White regarding how we can have our voice as far as that governance team. They'll leave it up to Mrs. Allaby, whether she participates in the next 2 meetings or assigns one of her colleagues on the board. And to go back to the first question or clarification, yes, it's guidelines for then local districts to implement. Now, I'm only one of 6, and I know that Kirsten Frosto, who is part of SOUP's council, is on this evening. Double check me if I'm misunderstanding that, Kirsten. Please jump on. But do you understand the same, Kirsten, that there are guidelines for local districts to follow and nothing more than guidelines?
That was my understanding, Dr. Hanson, yes.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, Mrs. Allaby, from members of the board?
Mr. Hunt has a question.
I actually forgot my
question, that's terrible. All right, he answered it. Thank
We cannot hear you, Mr. Hunt.
He said his question was answered and he doesn't need to ask it anymore.
Okay, then Dr. Farouk.
Thank you. My comment is that I know that as we get answers, and this kind of the reference to what Trustee Dawson was saying earlier about just the dynamic, fluid situation and the imperfect information, all that. But as we get answers, I know we're notifying the community about what the situation is. But I think because of this uncertainty, I actually think it's also equally important that the community is aware of what the methodology and what kinds of areas of how these guidelines and responses are being developed in the first place. So for example, as the school year is ending, even if we're going to be waiting on, I know the state provides a foundation of threshold of standards. And then local jurisdictions like counties have the opportunity to add an additional layer to that. The floor, so to speak, is from the state. But just articulating that exact situation, that even because I know right at the end of the school year, if not already, obviously, people are going to want to be having some kind of clarity on what to anticipate in the fall. And just because we don't have definitive answers to that doesn't mean that we can't explain to people that these are the different aspects as information provides will be the framework in which we will have to operate within.
Thank you for your comment, Dr. Farouk. And matter of fact, we still have our Thursday evening community meetings. We held one, I believe, just last week, and we did talk about this and told the community that we'll update them again the 1st of June. We have another community meeting scheduled for next week. And so we'll have that opportunity. Then, of course, the letters and things home. And then, of course, Dr. White has said, make sure that we reach out to our elected officials, our assembly, our Senate, our Congress, our mayors, our city council, other leaders. And so I hear you, and we will make sure that we follow up with our leaders in the community, but also we will be, again, on social media, phone broadcast home, emails, letting the community know that we'll have another community update on Thursday, a week from. And we'll begin to talk about this as well.
But again, just to emphasize, and I know you mentioned all those things to promote the community, but as a way of a lot of different mediums being expressed to inform the public about those things. And again, just to reiterate also that that the process itself needs to be thoroughly, people need to be cognizant of the process itself. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more further question. Mrs. Dawson.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Those are along the lines of what I was going to say was, I've been getting a lot of questions while I'm out there as to what is the authority of the district with respect to opening the sites for instruction, and, who gets to make that decision. Is it the governor? Is it the county office of ed? Is it the county office of public health? So I do think we need to be really clear on what exactly our authority is as a district. So I think just following on what Dr. Farouk said, it'd be helpful to let folks know we're limited in what we can do, but we also, what the decisions we are making are within, collaboration with our surrounding districts and our county office. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from anyone? Okay, great. Thank you very much, everyone. That was very enlightening. We're going to move on to our second study session topic, which is an update on the facilities projects, planning timelines, and cash flow. And I do understand we have some public comments.
Yes, Mrs. Alavi. We have 6 comments this evening, beginning with the first one from Dale Kinnear. Thank you for this study session. I hope a study session is an opportunity for not only the board to dialogue these important issues, but it's also a chance for the community to address questions and hear answers. Although the print is small, you did an incredible job constructing the worksheet overview. It contains an enormous amount of information in one chart. Question 1, do any of these projects have expenditures or planned expenditures that go over the budgeted amount listed? Which projects are the amounts and what are the consequences? Question 2. Equity is an important priority for the board and district. As it relates to equity with regards to facilities, how can the district justify North as a low priority high school, knowing that Measure O monies will be depleted before North's improvements will be done, unless a state facilities bond is passed? When students visit Martin Luther King High School and then JW North, do you think they sense an inequity? Question 3. Transparency is a fundamental attribute to trust and governance. With respect for transparency, why are neighborhood schools labeled 1, 2, and 3 when it is obvious that number 3 is the East Side School, which has waited for 50 years to be built? The next question or next comment, Melody Clark. Board of Education, Dr. Hanson, and RUSD staff. Thank you for your leadership during these unusual and difficult times. I recently heard on the video of the last board meeting a comment by Dr. Hanson about delaying the planning and construction on the STEM high school at UCR project. I hope that this is a small and temporary delay. This project has always been challenging since it involves a close collaboration between a public school district, a public university, and the city of Riverside. All of these large and complex organizations see the huge benefit of having a STEM center that includes a STEM high school on the UCR campus. The benefits to the students and staff of RUSD is the most obvious, although significant benefits also would come to UCR and the city of Riverside. I'm happy to see in the latest communication from the district that the project has the more specific name STEM High School and Education Center at UCR. That name makes clear what we have always envisioned for this project, that it is more than a high school, and indeed that it will be a hub for STEM education activities in the district. While the high school at the Education Center will serve 800 to 1,200 full or part-time high school students each year, the facility has the potential of serving thousands of RUSD students annually. The easiest way to broaden the impact and expand the reach of this new facility will be to have RUSD elementary student field trips to the facility. Imagine if every RUSD fourth grader would come to the state-of-the-art facility on the UCR campus for a day of STEM-related events. This kind of interaction and inspiration is extremely impactful and encourages students to stick with STEM subjects like math. It also plants the seed that we expect all of our students to feel like they can go on to college if that is what they choose. The facility can also be used by older RUSD students for after-school STEM programs and for STEM campus in the summer. One of the most important uses for the new facility would be professional development for RUSD teachers. Having a center where RUSD teachers can come to learn the best techniques for teaching STEM from their fellow teachers who specialize in STEM is invaluable. And there's the added benefit of having the UCR Graduate School of Education, which investigates and develops new teaching techniques. Each of those RUSD teachers will go back to their own classrooms and use their new knowledge to benefit all of their students. This shows how this one facility can impact every RUSD student through their teachers. Finally, this facility can serve as a place for community events like astronomy workshops and family science nights. As we know now more than ever, knowledge of science is important for everyone in the community. Whatever the reason for the delay in this project, let's not forget why we wanted in the first place. These are strange times, but we need to keep true to our vision and move forward as soon as possible. Thank you. Sarah Simpson. Many stakeholders in our community will be devastated by the proposed delay to the STEM high school at UCR. After more than 5 years of planning, I'm perplexed by the sudden necessity to alter course. Dr. Hanson did not make the reasons clear in his report at the last Board of Education meeting, nor did I see anything in the slides for this study session or the next full board meeting that explains the delay. No doubt RUSD staff will present today what a delay would look like and how all facilities projects would be affected. But we need to also know how and why a delay has suddenly become a point of discussion. Whether a delay is warranted should be the topic of discussion, not what the delay would entail. It is no surprise that trying to build something new and different will meet with challenges. Of course, it is easy to give in to these challenges, but if we want to really change things for the better for RUSD students, then we need to overcome challenges. If we understand the reasons for delay, perhaps we as a community can find solutions. Sarah Scott. On the agenda topic for STEM High School at UCR, Board of Education, and Dr. Hanson, I am one of the many long-term long-term residents at the university neighborhood who supports the STEM High School at UCR project. I would like to be talking about the graduating seniors and what we could do to make their graduation better, but I just heard that there was a change to the STEM High School at UCR project, and so I will comment on that issue. I heard that the project would be delayed, although I don't know why and for how long. I'm just going to guess that it may have something to do with the financial effects of the coronavirus pandemic. I'm sure the state of California, UCR, and RUSD will be affected as well as the city of Riverside. Of course, it is too soon to know the full effects, but we can expect at least some short-term challenges. A lot of people have been taking this time of isolation as a way to reflect on our society, and there is a movement called Build Back Better. This means as we think about reopening the economy, we think about things that are most important, like healthcare for all people, working on income inequality, and saving our planet from the climate emergency. It seems to me that education of our children is one of the keys to building back better. It is very clear that we need more people who are educated to achieve at the highest level of science to help use technology to combat these big issues, such as climate change and emerging pandemics. We also need to have better scientific literacy, meaning that each citizen needs to be able to understand scientific concepts, for example, the difference between linear growth and exponential growth. Our society will increasingly need both scientific experts and general scientific literacy. If there were ever a time when STEM education was important, it is now. RUSD is a great opportunity to elevate STEM education in the district. I don't understand the delay, but hope that when we are through the immediate issues of this time, that we build back better, which means we build this school. And finally, to the graduating seniors, we are proud of you all. Next, Dave Resnick. Dear Board of Education, I can't understand why there is a delay in the already delayed planning and execution of the new STEM high school facility. Let me be frank, we are abandoning our students in this district who want to pursue STEM careers. RUSD students currently have a wonderful array of choices that include the Riverside STEM Academy, a blue ribbon award-winning school devoted to science, technology, engineering, and math. The STEM Academy middle school and high school consistently score in the very top in California in state testing. The STEM Academy also has a weighted lottery system to ensure the most diverse student body possible, and indeed the school scores an A+ in diversity in many rankings. The success of the school, which is only 9 years old, has surprised and delighted us all. It is truly a gem of Riverside, but the quick success of the school has also come with some problems. The school first opened with 5th and 6th graders and then added 7th and 8th grades as the students moved through the program. No provision was made for a high school, but students graduating from the middle school wanted to continue high-level science-oriented learning at the next level. Since these middle school students graduated from 8th grade, having already completed all of 9th grade math, they wanted to continue to learn in an accelerated fashion. So grades were added one at a time and a high school was born. Unfortunately, because this was not planned, the only space for the high school was on the same small campus as the middle school. The high school currently is located on the kindergarten wing of the former Hyatt Elementary School, which has been closed and abandoned before it was reopened and allocated to the STEM Academy. The high school is occupied to its capacity on this small space. It cannot grow in this space. Students leave the STEM Academy Middle School way ahead in science and math, but then we lose many of them. We must be the only school district in the country that does not award success and actively discourages our students from pursuing STEM at the highest level. I know this is not what you want, but it is the reality. The only way to change this situation is to build a real high school facility that would also have the advantage of freeing up the middle school campus to allow more students on the very long middle school waiting list the opportunity to attend the middle school and begin the STEM journey. So let's not discourage our students from pursuing STEM. Let's encourage them by investing in a real high school devoted to STEM learning. I'm not sure why there is a delay proposed, and I realize it's complex to bring everyone together, but it is clearly in the best interest of our Riverside Public School students who you represent. Next, Keith Nelson, members of the board. As to Measure O, while I am the vice chair, I am speaking on my own. I feel the committee and the board are distant on goals and process. We have been shut down and not informed on the changes, i.e. STEM school. I understand we do not approve projects, but we are part of the board transparency and community engagement. I am again suggesting a joint meeting workday for for between the board and committee so we can align goals, processes, and tasks. And I believe that concludes the comments for this topic, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, we will now move forward. Ms. Kakish, are you set to deliver our program?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Good evening, our board, Dr. Hansen, and esteemed participants. We're actually have information regarding the cash flow of Measure O projects. It was requested multiple times at meetings from public, and it would be beneficial also for the audience to just get information regarding our projects overall. The projects for facilities are multi-funded. Measure O is one component, the biggest components of funding. But as you know, there is community facilities districts, there is developer fees, there is state matching funds that we receive for approved projects that meet the criteria. And so this cash flow actually has all of the funding sources taken in consideration. And it's a projection of our timeline for those projects, and it's our projection of budgets for those projects. So it is a moving target, just like the main budget for general fund. When things change and projects change as far as estimation or scope or anything else that could affect projects, then this gets updated and brought back to the board for additional guidance. And so with that, I'd like to turn this to Mr. San Martin to go over the detail of the cash flow. And at the end of that, again, it's brief, it's not that long, but at the end of that, both Mr. San Martin and I will answer any additional questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kakish. Good evening, President Alavi, Board of Trustees, Dr. Hansen. If we can go to the next slide, I would like to first go over the worksheet that you have in front of you. It's challenging to put together in one worksheet a summary of our capital facilities program under Measure O. It's just a lot of data, and I want to take the moment right now to just go through what are the highlights on this worksheet, as it is very dense and a little bit complicated. So the first on top here, we have the timeline, and this is organized in quarters and by year. So that section just gives us starting from 2017 when the projects were prioritized all the way through 2032 as we see the projects moving forward. The next section on the worksheet, there is a summary list of projects and the project's budgets. This is a snapshot of the budgets that were allocated as the program has been moving forward. The next section is within the worksheet. You'll see that there is an area that gives us the project phases. And what that means is there's the planning phase that is in yellow. There's the construction phase that is in light blue. And then you have the site acquisition phase, which is in color pink. This just gives you a very rough macro level of the timelines and project phases when the projects are moving forward. In addition, there's another section that, as you can see, there is in the middle a blue line and a blue arrow and a red arrow. These are a section that we'll talk a little bit in detail as we go through the presentation. Projects or project phases that are contingent on state funding reimbursements as we move forward with our program. Next slide, please. All right, looking here a little bit closer on the worksheet itself. This slide here focuses on project groups A through E. And this is a very important slide because it gives you a lot of information. So I'll start with back in 2018 when we sold our first bond issuance of $100 million. I gave the staff the ability to move quickly on projects in groups A, B, and C. And as you can see, with the first $100 million, we were able to move quickly in the planning, design, engineering, and moving us really towards a shovel-ready status on these three groups, which has allowed us now to be in line for state funding. Currently, we have submitted applications to the state that equates to about $65 million waiting in line from groups A, B, and C. The first $100 million also, and also in combination with also local funds, developer fees, CFDs, and so forth, also gave us the ability to move forward with construction in groups A. As you can see, we have moved quickly on construction, and in fact, we have completed the construction of Sierra Middle School. As we sold bonds early this year for series number 2, now we gave us the ability to move into construction in groups B and C. These are the projects, again, that were shovel ready through the first bond series, and we have now in the spring started construction. This groups B and C through bond series number 2 will take us all the way through construction, all the way to 2023 on groups B and C. As we progress with our program and move forward with designing and selling more bonds through bond series 3 and 4, we're looking at groups D and E, and there's a list of schools there that we will then move into the planning, engineering, and the shovel-ready status. Now you can see that in Group E, we have North High School, because it's a high school, a little bit more complicated, and it takes a little more time for planning and so forth. Gives us also the through the bond series to move forward on at least on the planning and schematic phase. And as we move and sell bonds in groups series 3 and 4, we're going into more into the shovel-ready status. Now, through bond series 3 and 4, groups D and E will be completed, and I mean the construction will be able to start and complete the construction on these projects. Now, I'll take a minute to also talk about, maybe you can see on the top of the slide, there says the green section there says potential future state bonds. And these are the years starting with 2022 and 2024 all the way to 2032, these even years where the state has the ability to put on the ballot a state bond. Now, for us, what that means is that as we go through through bond series 1 and all the way through 4, we have been at that point submitted state funding applications for all our projects, and which is significant. This projects groups A through E, that equals about over $100 million of state funding that we will be waiting for. So as the state passes a bond, either in 22, 24, so forth, gives us the ability to start moving other projects and moving schedules forward. So this is important because right now this is a snapshot of this worksheet. And as we move to the next page, the next slide, it'll make better sense of what I mean as state funding starts being allocated to Riverside Unified School District. So in this slide, this is a summary, an overview of projects in groups F through H. And as you can see, by 2026, as these projects progress in terms of their timeline and prioritization, we are now dependent on those projects on state reimbursements from state bonds. So as those projects, as we begin those projects and state money starts coming in, we are then moving forward with those projects. The next slide, please. This next slide, this is the other projects that also were part of the prioritization that was developed back in 2017. These are projects that, as you can see, and this lines up to projects from 2017 through 2026, which we have funding in place through Measure O, developer fees, CFDs, and other grants that we have in place. These projects, as we indicates here with our phasing plan, we have the planning phase, which we have completed our shovel ready for the King High School drop-off area. We have started and commenced with the planning and now securing the site for the STEM Center. With fundings from Bond Series 1 all the way through Bond Series 4, we will move forward with neighborhood schools 1 and 2 and 3. Now with neighborhoods 1 and 2, we have completed the site acquisition phase, and that's we have been blessed that we have secured that land for these 2 neighborhood schools that are greatly needed. Now you can see that we will also now, as soon as this next month, we are looking into moving forward with the design schematics and really moving us into shovel-ready process, which may take several years. but it gets us going into bond series 3 and 4, where really goes into construction phase. With neighborhood 3, and this there was a comment earlier, this is the east side neighborhood, and because of the extent of the site acquisition process in place for this school, there is multiple properties that we're looking. In fact, the board has given us authorization to purchase property at the east side neighborhood area that's being proposed. We have secured 4 sites, and we have 3 properties in escrow, and continuing to work with property owners as properties become available. But unfortunately, because it's a multiple properties, in order to gain close to 6 acres or 8 acres, there's multiple properties that will take many years for us to secure a piece of land for that future school. Now, going back to the state bonds, there is again an opportunity, several opportunities for the state to pass a bond. And historically, since the 80s, the state has passed multiple bonds in even years. And so we are looking at and hopeful that as the state has the opportunity to pass state bonds, we will then see state bonds or state funding reimbursement starting to come into our district. And again, I mentioned that because going back to groups A, B, and C, and the next group of projects, staff has been diligently working and securing and getting us in line for those state funding. So shovel ready is very important for us, and we have taken great advantage through our bond series 1 and all the way through bond series 4 in planning to get us in line so that we continue with our capital facilities program all the way through 2032. Now, should the funds come in from the state, it will accelerate the timing of the STEM Center, the neighborhood school number 3. So I mentioned that because this is a critical piece of information. So in summary, on the next page, the question is, what can we really achieve with funds that we have in place with Measure O, CFDs, developer fees, grants, really funds that we have in line. Now, I want to, before I start, go forward with the summary, keep in mind that our district back in 2015 with our facilities master plan really identified over $1 billion of need. So we have been incredibly blessed with the passage of Measure O, securing close to $400 million in state funds plus local funding to get us to a level of just a little bit over $600 million worth of capital facilities projects that will give us the ability to do what we have just gone through this evening on projects in groups A through H and a little bit more. So with the funds that we have available in place, we will be able to complete the construction of projects in groups A through E, complete the construction of neighborhood schools 1 and 2, complete the site acquisition of neighborhood school number 3 and the STEM Center. Also, we'll be able to move into the shovel-ready phase for King High School and Ramona High School. Now, on the next column, we have state reimbursements, and these are projects that through our program, we will be able to complete as those funds starts to come in by the state bonds again. So we will be able to complete the construction of groups Fs and group H, complete the construction of neighborhood number 3, and complete the construction of the STEM Center. And again, just more of a reminder, this is contingent on state bonds, and we're hopeful that starting 2022, the state may be able to place a ballot, another state bond. And if not, then 2024, we'll continue to move forward with our capital facilities program. Because this is, as you can see, this is a very dynamic and challenging, but exciting work that we're doing and investing back in our community. With that, Ms. Kakish, do you have anything to add, or we can start taking questions?
No, I think you covered it, but yes, we can start right now and answer any of the board questions.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hunt, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mrs. Allaby. And I'm going to just ask Mr. Sam Martin, thank you for that report. And it's available online, so people, it's kind of small to see, so I'm sure it is. I thought that if we're talking about state bonds, and you talked about 22, which is correct, but what about the split roll bond initiative that's on the ballot here November 3rd? Or Mrs. Kakish, CBO Kakish, can you answer that?
Yes, so the split role would change the structure for Proposition 13, and it would increase taxes for commercial buildings, for example, versus the individual property owners. And so, yes, that significantly changes and gives advantage to schools within the state matching fund program.
And why didn't it just, I mean, it's going to have a tough time passing, I know, but why didn't we include it in our potential bonds tonight?
Just because it's a proposition, until it's approved, we can't really count on it.
All right. And Mr. San Martin, I appreciate, but I want to, but you referred to, but local neighborhood schools 1, 2, and 3. 1 and 2, and you alluded to 3. 1 and 2 are the Casablanca and High Grove, where we have secured the ground, and we are, I think we've gone through CEQA and all of that. Is that correct? I want to be sure people out there understand, because I know we're all going to get calls tomorrow, which one was 1, 2, and 3. So
Yes,
the first two are High Grove and Casablanca, because we have the land. We've already gotten ready to go shovel ready or on the dirt and everything. Is that correct? Can you give us an update on those two?
Yes, yes, that is correct. Looking at the Spring Mountain Ranch area, there's a lot of development taking place in that side of the neighborhood, which is the High Grove community. But this is specifically the Spring Mountain Ranch community, where there's a lot of single family homes being developed. Early on last year, we were able to secure 13 acres of land. The second piece, or the neighborhood school number 2, that is the Casablanca neighborhood. And we last year also secured 10 acres in that side of town, which for both projects, as we secure the land, we have also completed the CEQA process and also received state approval for the site acquisition of those 2 school locations.
Okay, and thank you. And just to stem questions for a moment, since we had several tonight. The CEQA I mean, first of all, UCR has to hold, by their lawsuits, have to hold one more public meeting. Is that correct? Which has now been put off because of COVID.
That is correct. They do part of their settlement. They do have another meeting, a community meeting that they will conduct, and we will be part of that because the STEM project, or the STEM Center, is our project. And that is a meeting that is pending.
Okay, and then after that meeting, they can begin, I assume, I don't know if it's this easy, but they can begin their CEQA process, which we pay for, I understand.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
Correct. UCR is the lead agency because they own the land, but we are the responsible agency. Because of that, we are, and it's our project, we are paying for the CEQA, which will be an environmental impact report that will be developed as soon as the second community meeting is completed and we receive input from the community.
Well, I admire and I commend the staff how they've been able to get through CEQA on those first 2 sites we just talked about, High Grove and Casablanca, but we don't have control here. Do we have an estimated time how long the CEQA for UCR, let's just say they have their meeting by July 1, I'm just saying that. How long would that process do you think take under UCR? They give you an idea what the UC system goes through on CEQA or not? Is it different?
Well, we are looking at an estimated 14 to 16 month process, but
how long? 14 to 16 months?
14 to 16 month process, because it is a complete environmental impact report, and there is process and studies that come with that type of level of studies. Now, it is a center for STEM, which will include high school students, and that level of analysis, I mean, it is warranted about, I would say, if I needed to guess, about 16 months to complete the process, and maybe a little bit more.
Okay, and just a comment to my colleagues and to our leadership, who all have been very busy, I understand. But going back to High Grove, I want to make sure that we're planning this new campus based on academics. I mean, I still am concerned that we have one of our oldest schools, though it's been modernized somewhat, the current High Grove Elementary, and now we're going to have a brand spanking new, shiny, just off the floor, showroom floor school, and I think that's going to be difficult to decide. My child goes to one and your child goes to another. So I'm very interested in some of the earlier plans that Ms. Lynn Carmen Day and Dr. Hanson have talked about, that, and Dr. Ryan, that perhaps to my colleagues that we could have a transitional, I mean, I don't know which it is, but pre-K to 4 and then, or pre-K to 6, whatever. It's kind of a junior high or middle school connection, but I really want to see our planning based on, on academics and how that's the best deliverable. Because it is, I mean, those two schools won't be very far apart anyhow, right?
Right.
Sergio? Those, the current High Grove and where we purchased the land are not that far apart from one another.
They're within 2 miles apart, but again, it's within the High Grove community.
Yeah, the Spring Mountain. Okay. And just a question, if I may, back to Ms. Allaby, back to COVID and the impact, I mean, the distance learning, and Dr. Hanson was talking about perhaps on campus, et cetera. But if we're having to do, if our young people with the mask and the temperatures, but I can't imagine they still wouldn't have social distancing. And some of our more modern classrooms have those sliding doors, but you know, most classrooms were built for X amount of students, and you're going to get a lot less than X with 6 feet. And we thought about how that would work, or have we gone that far yet?
I'm going to turn this question to Dr. Lewis or Dr. Hanson to answer.
That's fine.
Thank you, Ms. Kakashi. Trustee Hunt, we talked about, you know, maybe kids are only coming to school 20% of the kids at one time.
Okay.
You know, a 20/80 model where they come and sit before a teacher one day, and then they're doing some kind of distance learning at home the other 4 days. That's just an idea. I'm not saying that's, but to do distance learning with all of our kids currently right now, and to maintain the 6 feet in the hallways, in the classrooms at lunchtime, you can't have all the kids on the campus at the same time.
No.
You just can't. So there'd have to be some type of kids coming to be with the teacher and then doing some things at home online. But again, that's just one scenario. If you're going to do distance learning, right now we have 2,000 teachers and that many classrooms, you'd need to have twice as many classrooms. And you know, that just isn't humanly possible with our school sites and things such as that. So it'd be some kind of push in, push out. That's why I mentioned earlier, we need to have something for everybody. And those discussions are happening.
And thank you for the way, and I think it's continued that you pre-qualified that. It's just thoughts right now. It's just some of the things, because none of the districts throughout this state really know where this is going to be. And our responsibility is for the safety. Number one, we've always said, I'm looking, he's sitting over here. The campus safety is very important. And we've spent a lot of dollars, and that under Measure B, particularly on improving the security on our campus. But this is the same thing. So I look forward to it's going to be a great change. I mean, a monumental change for K-12. But thank you for that answer. And thank you, Mr. Sandmartin. Thank you, Ms. Allaby.
Thank you. Mrs. Locke Dawson.
Sorry, my question was answered. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Farouk?
Thank you, President Allaby. I have a few comments. So one, I really think, again, I know that with the COVID-19 situation, staff are having to adjust, and there's a lot of changing dynamics with everything. So I totally understand that. But I think it's very important that outside of the forums of these school board meetings, that our stakeholders and our community are able to get information about what our status of Measure O and these projects are, but also you know, the thought process of why we did it. For example, I think we should provide some more context about the STEM school, just as an example. You know, part of my understanding of that situation too is that with the community meeting, as Trustee Hunt mentioned, being pushed back due to COVID-19, which is legally required for UCR to do, the combination of that and the time frame it takes to do site control, that would mean that we would be potentially brushing up against the IRS policy of not sitting on funds for 3 years. I think it's important that the community understands that that's just a reality. That's just a fact of what we have to deal with. And you know, again, in the spirit of that, that the other side to that coin is to sit on money, even if the IRS didn't have that requirement. while other schools have needs immediately that could be deployed. I think, again, the community needs to be informed that that's the reasoning, that it's not just some arbitrary aspect at the COVID-19 reality. A few other points I just wanted to make. I really think it's very important that those neighborhood schools that are being mentioned in these presentations are explicitly named, so there's no ambiguity and confusion about what we're referring to. So I think that's important. I also think that there's a little bit of confusion to me about the slides. If you look on slide 6, I don't know if we can pull that up. Can we pull it up, or?
I think Jeff is trying.
Okay. Okay, I'll go back.
Part of the presentation.
Yes.
Yes.
Slide-
Yeah, Jeff, pull up the last presentation on Measure O and go to slide 6, please.
Looking at the summary sheet, Dr. Farouk?
The presentation you just went over, slide 6.
Is that the summary page, right?
Let me. No, slide 6 on mine is project cash flow overview, project groups A through E.
Okay.
Well, the only reason I wanted it to be up is because it's a visual point that I wanted to make. So, Mr. San Martin, you mentioned that
this.
Sorry, one second. Yes. So if you look on the group E, specifically, I would say even North High School, which is at the bottom, the construction phase exceeds the threshold of the state bond on, 2026, right? That's how it's shown. The blue squares go beyond that. But verbally in your presentation, my understanding, and then if you look on slide 9, which is the summary, then it says that the construction phase would be completed for groups A through E, which obviously would be encompassing of North in that area. So again, that summary slide was my understanding of it. I just want to reconcile what the discrepancy, and I think that creates some confusion between those two things.
Yeah, I can answer that. There is, well, we will be able to complete groups D and E specifically with bond series 3 and 4. What that illustration just shows that the construction goes beyond 2026, but it's not tied, that part of the project is not tied to a funding source. For example, we will not award contracts if we don't have the money in place. We will need to have the money in place either through Measure O or other funding sources to award contracts. So Jeff, can you go back to the slide?
So Sergio, it really just tells you that the construction is going to take longer, but
Yes.
it's already, the dollars will be spent as soon as we award the contract in the beginning of the construction. When we award it to contractors, the cash flow is there, but the timeline tells you how long construction is going to take because it is a more complex project.
Yes, and it's just a rough timeline that it goes beyond 2026 because of the complexity of the project, including all of Group E. So, but yes, that answers the question, Dr. Farouk?
Yeah, I understand, and I appreciate that clarification. It's just because the headline says cash flow overview, and because it extends beyond, I'm just saying it could be easily confused to the public that if certain aspects of the cash flow would not be able to be met without the state bond being approved for Group E. But thank you for explaining that. My next question is regarding with the keeping the community informed. So again, I think it's very important that that all our stakeholders are aware of, again, why the decisions we're making. I think, a lot of different community groups are still convening in a virtual setting, and even if they're not, I think the leadership of different groups, at a minimum, we could be informing them and they could be putting the information out in addition to our distribution. I know, for example, like Latino Network is starting to reconvene again as early as tomorrow morning. And LULAC has reached out for information, but there's a lot of other groups that we should be informed of. And I think the comment that was made earlier, I'm drawing a blank on who made that comment. But the comment about the measurable oversight, I think it was Keith that made that comment. We should be, all of these different groups should be aware, and again, I think the board meeting should not be the only platform that people can get informed about what's going on.
I'm sorry, Dr. Farouk. Actually, the whole Citizen Board Oversight Committee, Bond Oversight Committee was invited to this meeting, but we also have a scheduled meeting coming up on the 27th, and we will give them a district update based on the information from today. Also, we'll take in consideration all of the service groups, as you had mentioned, but we, Dr. Hansen, Sergio, and I have met with LULAC already and given them an update, and we plan on doing that as service groups are convening back into their normal routine.
Okay, and that includes the stakeholders regarding the STEM school, the whole broader community, not just about the neighborhood schools. Two more points I just wanted to make. One is regarding the Eastside Neighborhood School. I know that as Mr. San Martin pointed out, that we've already acquired 4 properties, 3 more are in escrow, and it's a process. It takes time to acquire properties. Is there any basis or potential for the community, people within the Eastside community, to assist in any capacity in helping inform their neighbors in that area on why we're doing this, if those kinds of efforts could potentially move those site acquisitions along in a more expeditious manner?
Yeah, there's always an opportunity, I'm sure. I don't know if Mr. San Martin, do you want to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kakish. The Eastside Neighborhood Schools, it's a little bit complicated, but we have been informing the community, and I've been part of those meetings, the Eastside group, even meeting with our council member, Melendres, meeting with the Lincoln community, park community. So we've been meeting with them. Now, we do need their support as this project progresses, but in the stages that we are right now with our due diligence and siting, trying to find and securing a site, we will definitely include the community in a deeper level as we progress and go to the next level of schematics and hiring an architect and forming this, the project description. But at this point, we will continue to meet with the community, keeping them informed, and we'll do a better job on that.
Mr. San Martin, I'm aware that we've been keeping them engaged throughout that process, but what I'm referring to is their active participation potentially in speaking to their neighbors in those areas to whatever is appropriate. Again, I'm not sure what the guidelines on those things are, but I'm saying for their actual involvement in that process to help inform those residences in those areas and everything. Is that possible, or are we going to explore that?
Dr. Farouk, this is Dr. Hansen. We can absolutely explore that. I mean, one of the things that we're always, the superintendent, I'm always careful with is that we don't get ahead of the board. And this is the first time the board's hearing this publicly. And so we hear you loud and clear. We'll go out from here. That's his wishes of the board, and we'll continue to communicate. But we don't want to have get ahead of the board and having the public know more information than the board does. But now that I announced at last board meeting that we'd do a study session tonight, we've done that. Now we will cascade the message throughout the community. So thank you for that suggestion. We will do that. And we'll also use the community, different groups. You've given us a couple different groups, fair housing and whatnot, perhaps even to talk to the neighbors and let them know what the plans are. And we could have a neighborhood meeting. So we hear that too. And we'll get a communications plan together and come back and update the board in a future meeting.
And one last question, and I know this is again another fluid situation, but what is the nature of construction costs and the projections in terms of supply and cost of steel, all the kinds of things that are fluctuating right now. What is that outlook looking, and how is that affecting our construction bidding in the short term and looking forward?
I think the only thing that's moving right now is construction, because they have a lot of power to implement social distancing and get their projects done. I think currently it's still competitive. It's still very expensive to build schools. Later on in the year, as we learn more about the impact on the economy, we'll update you. But for now, we expect it to stay at this level as competitive, and that drives all the prices up.
And I know that the market changes, but we are in the projections that were mentioned in this presentation. Escalation is being factored into that.
Some level of escalation is factored. Now, whether it's the proper level or not, it's yet to know. But we do have a reasonable dollar amount. It's about $37 million is the total budget for an elementary school. And that should be sufficient to build an elementary school. Now, depending on the program, an additional requirement for a specialty school or a different type of school, as was mentioned earlier, if the program is warranted, that might add scope and dollars to the project. But again, we'll do that with collaboration, and we'll bring you updates through the operations subcommittee.
Sorry, one last point I'll just make. Specifically regarding North High School, my understanding was the scoping and the community engagement on defining the project scope was going to be underway or very shortly. Is that the case?
That is the case. We're actually going to start virtually to the best of our ability until we can meet in person. But yeah, as early as June.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Locke Dawson.
Thank you, Mrs. Alvey. I have to express a little bit of frustration here, honestly. Staff, you're doing a great job and I really appreciate it. But for some time now, I mean, I'm thinking even back to 2013, which predates some of you, but I have called for the establishment of RUSD-led committees comprised of people in the community to help us develop plans for these things, where people are involved and they come along with us. This is beyond us going to existing groups and making presentations. This is active involvement of community members who come to the table and work with us and see the struggles we have with purchasing properties, the lease agreements, these kinds of things. And they know, and they have some input and involvement in the process. They're there at the table in the process, not hearing from us what we're doing. I think it was close to now 10, 11 months ago, I asked for something to establish in the East Side, as well as Casablanca, as well as High Grove, so that we would have groups of people speaking to each other and telling us what they would like to see there. And I mean, this was predicated on, I think, problems we had with the STEM school going way back to 2012, 2013, when I first came on the board. You know, it was us telling the community what we wanted to do. And I suggested to our superintendent of facility, assistant superintendent of facilities at that time, why aren't we having public input from community groups? Why aren't we leading community task forces on these things? I think it's crucial. It's crucial that we do this. And I think you see this in all the comments we get from people about what's going on, people telling stories, people questioning us. You know, I am adamant about establishing RUSD facilitated but community-led groups helping us develop these projects.
And we agree with you.
And I'll thank you, Mrs. Kikish. And I also, you know, I was speaking to some teachers at North a couple weeks ago, and you know, I'm hoping we are going back to the drawing table for at least somewhat for some of the stuff that was identified in our plan from, you know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, whenever we did the planning for the school district for all of our facilities needs. And things have changed since then, priorities have changed. So I do think we need to be revisiting those things now and making sure we're being as efficient and answering as many needs as we can with the limited resources that we have.
Just to give you an update, so hopefully it'll ease your frustration a little bit. Right before all of this commotion had happened, we had been drafting a contract actually with CityWorks to establish those groups. We've been outlining the process and the timeline, and we have a draft contract. We just have not finalized that because of a lot of different reasons. One of them is trying to finalize decisions on which 2 schools are going to start first and try to inform that group with accurate data. And then this COVID-19 also hit and halted that even further. That will get picked up again as soon as we are now heard from the board. The operations subcommittee will go back. We're in the middle of actually working with a consultant, Tom Kavanagh, that you've seen in closed session before, to finalize the design criteria from outside of the classroom, which is the board desire to what they want the schools to make, the prerequisites to have in each school. That is being finalized this month. There'll be a presentation to the operations subcommittee early June. And then soon after that, an architect will be selected from our short list of architects. And so with that in mind, then CityWorks would help us implement that process. The architect needs to be as part of that group as representing the staff to listen to the community and be able to take that and make it into a reality. So that's the steps that we're going through. In the middle of June, we will have actually an updated report for you from the operations subcommittee regarding these areas. And so most of these meetings could start as early as July.
Thank you, Mrs. Kakish. I appreciate that. And I just feel very strongly about it that I know it's difficult sometimes to manage input from the community, but they are the ones who are using these facilities and it's their dollars. And I think we just need to hear from them and they need to be at the table helping us. So that has been, my position from, years and years ago. So I'm hoping we make good on it soon. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And I concur with Mrs. Lock-Dawson. I think a Friends of the East Side School is highly overdue, and probably Friends of Casablanca and Friends of Highgrove. So I think that when you get those people together and they hear from us in a meeting where they have input, I think they'll be brought along. Also, I concur with Dr. Farouk that we have not explained even yet why the STEM school is being delayed and pushed back. It is not being delayed and pushed back because we do not see a value in STEM education. And I would like you, Mrs. Kish, to explain what happens when we have projects that are delayed and are pushed back beyond the bond requirements. Tell the community about the fines and things that can accrue if we do that.
Yes. So there is a requirement by the IRS, Internal Revenue Services, with regards to bond proceeds. So if a district issues one issuance out of the authorization of the full bond capacity, there is a requirement of a timeline to try to implement whatever projects need to happen from that issuance within 3 years. The reason behind that is they want the districts to be very diligent about taking taxpayers' dollars and putting it in the bank and not put it to work for school facilities. And so that requirement gives a reasonable time for planning and constructing a facility. On top of that, if a district is not able to adhere to that, unless they have a very good reason that's documented with evidence, then they actually go and charge all of those tax exempt bonds that were issued for those bonds. And they take the savings that those investors got from interest and they calculate that for the duration of the issuance and charge it to the district. They don't charge it to the facilities projects funds. They charge it to the general fund. And so it's in our best interest as a district to make sure that we monitor that cash flow. And if there are projects that could perceive any delay, that we move projects in at the same time to try to take advantage of spending our dollars within the guidelines of the IRS. If we don't do that, again, we'll be penalized with all of the interest that was saved by those investors that invested in these bonds.
Right. And taking this one step further, if we're talking about UCR, we cannot legitimately see a way to move forward with UCR under the current circumstances. This pushes us the timeline way out. And when it does that, it just becomes problematic. I want the community who has supported us in the STEM education to know that it is not because we have lost hope for that goal of good STEM education in the district. And I just want them to know that events have happened that have not allowed it to occur in a timely way, I guess is what I want to say, right?
Yes.
Well, yeah. Dr. Farouk, you had a question?
Yes, I just think as a point of clarification for the community to know, it would be helpful that, I know UCR is holding virtual meetings in general, right, on different topics. Is it just because of the fact that this was like a legally stipulated part of a settlement, that there's higher thresholds and provisions, and UCR's council determined that, that it requires a physical setting or something like that? Is that, because this obviously is not a Brown Act issue or something. So is that, I just want to know, the community to know for the record that.
Well, we believe so. I think the UCR could try to do something virtually, but I believe they probably be challenged. As you see, we are being challenged ourselves for not giving the public an opportunity to be physically here and given input. And I believe that they'll be even more challenged when it comes to something that is required by a settlement of a lawsuit. And so that gives it a different layer. Of course, you can always try something and then go back to court and settle it, but it'll take even longer to try to finalize something like this.
I just wanted the community to understand that. Thank you.
Correct. Mr. Hunt, I think you have a comment.
Thank you, Mrs. Allaby. I want to just go back to the situation of contract with Citigroup. First of all, I'm going to ask that on behalf of the two members of the operations committee, me, Mrs. Allaby, and I, that come before our committee first, because it directly, the way it's described, directly will affect the design. It could affect the design of some of our campuses. So I want to see that. I'm going to tell you right up front, I'm not very interested in hiring at this time an outside group to organize three very different, one size does not fit all, people they don't even know. And I will tell you, it's been a 50-year tradition or more that the CAG in Casablanca represents Casablanca. Casablanca is much more of a hamlet than is the East Side. East Side is different. There is a nucleus. You want to know nucleus? And Dr. Farouk will know the nucleus in High Grove is the newspaper there, and everyone goes to that. But I am not interested. I want it to come to our committee. I want to see the attributes of it, but I'm not going to make up my mind completely on it. But Mrs. CBO Kakish, but I can't see hiring people from outside of this area when we have staff. I mean, we have Mr. Prince on staff, that he's a community relations person. He knows that he's done this with the chamber. We can do that. We don't need to spend money on outsiders. And again, just like in education, one size does not fit all. And you have Dr. Farouk that represents all three of these schools. Let me just finish, Ms. Kakish, and I appreciate it. All three of these schools, and he knows very well that each one of those neighborhoods is completely different, one from the other, and always has been. So I think I want to see it, and I'm not going to go my mind made up, Ms. Kakish, but I will tell you, we're paying staff to do things. And we have a person that's supposed to be doing this. I know he's overloaded right now, and I get that. But he's a talented young man. And I want to see what we have on site. We have Mr. San Martin and all those people that have been working in these communities. So I'm concerned about this. I agree with Mrs. Locke Dawson completely. I'm one that always heralds. We've got to communicate. We've got to be transparent. And I don't like the misunderstandings that have been going on for years and people making things up because we're not answering about STEM. But I'm concerned, as you can tell by my voice. So I want it to come, and actually my fellow committee member, Mrs. Allaby, I'm asking you because you're the president and our bylaws say that. I want that to be assigned to the operations committee, because again, and I'm great with involving folks, but if we reach that suddenly that they think it should be X and we haven't planned for X and we haven't designed for X, then we've got a problem. So I want to be very careful with that. Go ahead, Ms. Keishan, thank you.
So I really appreciate the passion that our board have for all of our projects, and especially to try to make sure that our community is our #1 priority when it comes to how those projects get designed. We are facing several challenges, and this is one of the reasons why we engage consultants. One of them is our skeleton staff in the facilities, working on 35 different projects, from design, construction, having to attend a lot of different meetings that is required, and some that are something that we took upon ourselves for accountability. What I can do though, this is a good point, and we want to reach some kind of a reasonable solution. I think I agree with you. It could definitely go through the operations subcommittee to finalize how we get that done, and then bring it back to the full board. We can also run it by finance, but the 2 members on the facilities operations subcommittee and the finance happen to be the same, so we can probably take advantage of running it by one of those committees.
Well, thank you, Ms. Keisha. Again, I'll leave it up to Mrs. President Alavi, and I would ask for that because I think it's, I believe in the committee system. And I trust, and I enjoy serving with all my colleagues, and I trust them that they take it through their committee. When I get it, it's going to be refined and it's going to be well vetted. So I hope that, and I believe that they feel the same about our committee. So this is too important. And we know the bids, just the market right now with more things happening. And then this whole uncertainty, the bids are coming in higher. And so we just have to be very, very careful with our funds. And I want to involve people very much and inform them, but I want to be sure that we understand who we're talking to. And the East Side is a challenge. The East Side has all sorts of, and they're big. East Side's the most densely populated Hispanic community in the Inland Empire. So there is a lot, there is fair housing with Rose, and there is Mary Figueroa and her think tank and the different groups. So we need to do that. But I have attended meetings that were held at Longfellow, right, by neighborhood meetings that when the city was talking about its master plan for University Avenue, this has been 10 years ago, but very, very well attended, and just by good regular folks who were trying to understand what was going to, and they are very interested in the East Side, particularly what the University Avenue corridor will look like, and because it drives their lives in many ways and their quiet enjoyment. So they are challenging, but I just think you have a very connected board. I know we're patting ourselves on the back, but you look at the 5 that are on here, we have connections, we know people, we can help our own staff, but I would like it to come forward and understand how they would work with our staff. So thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Are there any further comments, or is there anything left on the presentation? No? Okay, then we will move to the conclusion of the meeting. And I'm asking for future agenda topics. Mr. Hunt, I've already noted your topic you wish to bring to committee. Anybody else have any agenda topics that they would like to bring forth?
I do. As I mentioned earlier, Mrs. Alavi, and I'll write to you, our president, and so it can be shared with the board, but we'll look into, and I do believe we need to, that the governor's order does not allow us to do as we're doing now when things are read to us. And I think it also, we have our own rule, and I know it's a little different right now, but many of those comments exceeded well into 3 minutes. And with, and I'm not picking on Dale, but with Mr. Kinnears, we're having this conversation going back and forth. And it was well beyond, and the idea of 3 minutes was, it used to be 5, but it's 3, was to allow other people, to take the whole thing up. So I will be writing you about that. And then I would like it on the, if need be, on the agenda, but it may be just something we solve with you and I as president and vice president and Dr. Hanson. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Then I will let you know that the next regular meeting is going to be on Tuesday, June 16th. And I'm going to adjourn tonight in the memory of Joe Eros, who passed away last week. Joe was a longtime RUSD employee who retired as a counselor at John W. North High School. and also in the memory of Dorothy Dot Benedict, who over the course of nearly 40 years as an elementary school teacher taught at Madison, Casablanca, Castleview, and Grant Elementary School from 1952 to 1994, and spent the last 5 years of her career as a part-time teacher for a gifted art program with Riverside Unified Schools. And now for a final tribute, I would turn it over to Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mrs. Allaby. And you know, people that are listening in, Casablanca School closed in 1965, and that's why we're moving forward. But think about the great career that lady had for us, and the gentleman as well. In this segment, we do recognize employees and even students, tragically sometimes, that have passed. We also recognize volunteers. So tonight, thank you, Mrs. Allaby, for allowing this. We're going to be also journeying in memory of a very dedicated citizen here in Riverside, Robert Bob Stockton, who was killed while jogging on Victoria Avenue last week, tragically when a car struck him. I do want to say up front that Bob has been a dear friend of mine for 29 years. We worked on many projects together, and he was a brilliant civil engineer, and those skills also allowed him to really contribute to our community. And in fact, why I think Bob is a volunteer for us is that when Bob was chairman just a few years back of the Greater Riverside Chambers of Commerce board and all, he was part of going after CARB, the California Air Resources Board, to come here. Very important to the future of our city. 400 jobs and 800 to come. Big investment. And it was it was between us and Pomona and Cal Poly and UCR. One of the things that Bob told me they used a lot, and he said it was a tipping point, was RUSD. And that RUSD is a upward bound district, has a district of choice. It's been innovative all these years, and from STEM to career paths that are now 42, it made the difference. And I know Dr. Farouk and I both have spoke to the CARB employees before COVID, and they would bring them in for tours, and then we would speak to them about the attributes. Robert Stockton was a very fine gentleman, a man who loved our city, like we all do. And he was a mentor. Even we were the same age, he was a mentor to me, and I can understand why. He was also very involved in sports and endurance running. First time I met him, he told me he did moonlight mountain bike riding on Box Springs. And I thought, I've got a crazy friend. But he loved endurance. And one of our colleagues, and my good friend and yours, Brent Lee, became very close with Bob over the last years because they participated together. And I'd like to just, if I may, Mrs. Allaby, just turn this over to Mr. Lee to close out. And we send our sympathies to his wonderful wife, who has also done things for us, and because she does jazzercise, Kelly. So Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Thank you, Mrs. Alley, for the time. I just want to say that our thoughts are with his wife, Kelly, as Mr. Hunt mentioned, and his family. Bob had 3 kids, really 5 kids with Kelly. He was an extraordinary husband, father, grandfather, friend, an advocate, leader, mentor. He supported our district and our students in so many ways, as Mr. Hunt mentioned. He was really at his best when he was serving others and advocating for our community. And while arguably not a classroom teacher, he was a teacher, an educator, and he was always willing to give time to share his wisdom on life, business, leadership, or fitness. Bob really loved sharing his passion of running and biking and hiking with others, and that's how I spent most of my time with Bob. He was a fierce competitor, so much so that a group of us came up with a hashtag for him called Keeping Up with Bob. Bob always led from the front, and he would inspire all around him to keep up in all that he did. Physically, Bob was small in stature, but to me and to those close to him, he was a giant. And our adventure group called him affectionately El Chivo, and that's Spanish for the goat. And that's because he was the greatest of all time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee and Mr. Hunt. And I will now call the meeting adjourned. So sweet. Well.